Thanks very much, Andrew. Great to have the support and continue a great event. We've been right behind this event from the day as well. Of course, we talk about partnerships at the local level. We need bigger partnerships than that. We're very, very fortunate that we have a great partnership in Victoria. And now I'd like to invite the acting chair in Victoria to come forward and say a few words. Would you welcome, please, Andrew Williamson. Thank you very much, Andrew, and thanks once again to Swinging Victoria for the great partnership to put this weekend on. Now we move to the athletes. I now invite local swimmers Steve Jackson from Bendigo Hawks, Austin Robbins from Bendigo East, and Sophie Lee from Kangaroo Flat to conduct the athletes' open. Events like this can't happen without our officials. I now invite Anthony Milling from District 15 and Central Victorian Swimming Team Referee to conduct the event. Thank you very much, Louise. Thanks to our swimmers, thanks to our coaches, thanks to our officials for continuing great event here. And Victoria, there's nothing more for us to say than let the meet begin.
Well, our opening ceremony has now concluded. We are ready to get underway with the 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Country Short Course Championships. It is here at the Gurri swimming pool. It's the first time in Bendigo that we have hosted these country short course championships ever. So I know there's a lot of excitement from Swimming Bendigo around. We're going to kick off our meet this morning. It's event 1, the women's 400 metre freestyle. Across the weekend, you will be seeing some incredible performances from 634 athletes across 4 sessions today and tomorrow. And all of these events are our timed finals, so those top 3 times in each age group will be your medalists for Victorian Country Short Course Championships. I'm joined on the mic this morning by Tegan and Sam. We are very, very happy to be here and really keen to see what these athletes can do this morning. Our officials now on pool deck, our incredible technical officials. We couldn't have these competitions without them. They look almost ready to go this morning. Our athletes lined up behind the blocks, swimming out of our first heat. Now this women's 400 metre freestyle, it's an open event, so we have athletes competing across ages between 12 all the way through to our oldest in the field being 19 this morning. Be really interesting to see the different strategies across the pool with younger racers as well as our more experienced athletes to be competing at these championships. These guys did have to meet a qualifying time, which means that they have swam this race previously. I know a couple of the girls in this event are looking to secure themselves a state time also, and we are ready to go.
Okay, kicking off with event 1 this morning, our women's 400 metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of these timed finals in the pool with us this morning. So heat 1 of 4.
On her way nicely down that first 25 was Rebecca Barclay of South Gippsland Bass. Recognisable by those purple caps in the water. when we talk about these 400s, obviously it's one of our longer events on the countries program. It is a middle distance race, but short course, those skills are going to be really, really important, maintaining those walls, those turns. A little bit different strategy to what we see maybe in the 100 metre sprints, where we're looking for our athletes getting probably between that 10 to 15 metres off each wall. We're trying to conserve some more energy.
Rebecca's still leading us here in that lane 4.
So we just watch Rebecca come off those walls there. She's got a great streamline on the underwater. We're trying to make ourselves as narrow as possible so we can really be efficient off the walls. If you can push off in a solid streamline, you don't have to do those dolphin kicks or as many of them, and you can still get some distance away from the competition. And Rebecca's doing a really nice job of that. It is Jetta Tagal, teammate there, and the swimmer Layla in lane 5, who are sitting in second and third at the moment.
Rebecca here has a nice lead at the moment, definitely lengthening that lead, really utilising those underwater skills. I always say to my athletes that as they dive that they should be making that 15 metre mark underwater, but off those walls, covering that 5 metre distance is really important, and that's what's separating Rebecca right now from the rest of the group in the pool.
As the girls turn in second and third there, that gap has closed a lot. Bondi Condon from Geelong really pushing her way through the field here. And in that third quarter of the race, that's what we want to see athletes do. We want to see them step up. We want to see them bring in those legs, start to make a little bit of a move, and really switch on, getting ready for that final 100. All our athletes now into that last 4 laps. It's always a really great feeling. It's almost like turning for home. If we're in a 50 metre pool, it's 2 laps to go. Obviously 4 laps being that we are short course now. I think the biggest challenge in a 400 short course, Tegan, is probably counting the laps. It's 16 laps of this 25 metre pool. Our 16 lap race in a 50, we have lap counters. So that is a little added layer of difficulty in this 400 metre event.
Yeah, absolutely. I know my athletes train in a long course pool, so definitely switching to short course when they're racing is a bit of a challenge on its own, but definitely counting those laps too, something that they're not used to.
As we just watch here, Rebecca, she's coming down to finish her event shortly, and there we go. She's going to take out that first heat.
Okay, heat 2 of 4 in the pool with us now for the women's 400 metre freestyle. Now our girls here are ranging from 15 to 18 in this heat.
Yeah, we just watched Rebecca Barclay take out that first heat and really showcase some nice skills on underwaters, and she had that very efficient looking stroke. It was a high elbowed, more traditional freestyle that we tend to see for those longer races. As we go through these heats, the entry times do get a little bit quicker, and already we're seeing the girls look like they're taking it out quite a lot faster. As we see lane 3, it is Hannah Sanders of the Wangaratta Stingrays who's really gone out after this 400 metre freestyle, and trying to go up alongside her from Geelong is Layla Chapman and Olivia Clark.
These first 3 girls here having an excellent start to their race, but it will be the swimmer who has the best turn, the fastest turn, the best underwater here that's going to separate her from the rest of the group.
And we're already starting to see that as we hit that 100 metre mark with Charlotte Morland in lane 2 from Warragul. She's just holding those underwaters a little bit longer, a couple of extra dolphin kicks. Doesn't always pay to go out super quickly. Something we talk about is easy speed in the first 100. You don't want to go too comfortably and slow and then have to really build through there, but you want to have that quick reaction, get away nicely, but be feeling good when you hit the second 100. So as we come into turn here, the field very separated. We still have Charlotte, who is out in that front spot, but great turn there from Olivia Clark in lane 4, and a really good job going on the far side of the pool from Joni Grief. She has they're that front row. They're quite spread apart, and then we go back to almost our second rung where the other 3 girls in this race are very close together too. And this 100 being put together very nicely by Olivia Clark. She's just kind of shifted gears and started to pull away from the other 2 girls in Joni and Charlotte. Charlotte's still maintaining those good underwaters though. So Olivia doing a lot of work in the swim element to try and pull away, and Charlotte's able to make up quite a lot of that ground just off the wall with those dolphin kicks. With just 3 laps left to swim, all the girls in this heat were just over that 5-minute mark on their entry times, and that's a real nice sort of time to focus on braking. It's always good when you see your result and you see that 4 minutes. It doesn't matter if it's 4:59.99. It's always good to get under. And we've just seen the first of our mistakes being made with that lap counting. The girls have 50 metres left to swim of this 400. Charlotte really using that to her advantage. She is going to almost run away with this heat 2, and she comes down now with 10 metres left to swim. She's put on a great show with those skills. It's paid off. She's done her hard work in counting the laps, and she'll come down and take out this second heat. And the time there, so close to that 5 minutes, 5:01.18. Away and racing now. It's the third of 4 of our timed finals in the women's 400-metre freestyle, and already seeing a little bit of excitement here at Country Championships. The leads changing throughout these 400-metre races. You want to hold that nice, easy speed early on and then try and build your way through. Not holding back at all, though, in lane 2 is Al Cofield. She's looking for a state time. I got to talk to Al a little bit earlier today. She's looking for a 4:49, I believe, is the time. So I will be keeping a little bit of an eye on that. A lot of these athletes, we do have our state age championships coming up in around a month's time from now. So what a better opportunity, or is there a better opportunity, really, than our country championships to try and chase those state times?
Absolutely, and she's off to a great start here. Using those skills, those underwaters, making it past that 5 metre mark. Separating herself from the other girls.
Would definitely be keeping an eye on our 12-year-old as well in this heat. Swimming out of lane 4, Raina Snyders. She has an older sister in the name of Zali, who was a national gold medalist earlier this year. Really great 200-metre and 400-metre freestyler. And I know Raina's always got her sights set on the time Zali was doing at the same age, trying to see if she can beat her, and really taking on that challenge in that little bit of sibling rivalry, which we also enjoy watching within our country swimming. So we hit that 200-metre turn, and Raina has just taken over the lead by 0.3 here, turning in a 2:19.33, which means Al sitting at that 2:19 as well, setting herself up well for that 4:49. We tend to double what you go out in, and maybe at around 5 seconds is a good aim for these girls to be chasing. So hopefully we can see them potentially go 2:45. I know a couple of the distance swimmers even can, or I should say even split these 400s as well. So ideally they'll be sitting somewhere between that 4:40 to 4:45 range.
Raina has really made her move here in the second half of this 400, and she is leading us now.
I enjoy these athletes that aren't afraid to start really doing the work in the third 100. We see a lot of people, they relax through the third 100 so they can bring it home strong in that last one. And if you've done the training and you've done the work, which I know a lot of these athletes have, you can put the afterburners on a little bit earlier and start pushing through. And we're really, really being able to see that visually on our screens now. It's a really nice 100 being put together as well by Isabel Corrado of South Gippsland Bass. She's pushing her way into that second place spot and trying to hold on to the lead that Raina is taking off with. You can almost kind of get dragged along a little bit by these athletes if you can sit close enough. So that's a little strategy swimmers might be trying to use as well here. So we watch now Raina turning for our final 25 metres. It is Isabel who will turn in second, and we're just seeing Maggie Fisher push her way into that third place spot. So we come down to the wall. Raina's time there, 4:43.42, so pretty much where we expected it to be. It's a great swim. She's only 12 years of age, definitely one to keep an eye on. Isabel finishes in second there with a 4:47. As we watch our final swimmers make their way into the wall from Heat 3, and we will move on to our fourth and final of the time finals, and we will hopefully see some really great racing here from the girls.
Our fourth and final heat away and racing now. Now we've got an age range here of 15 all the way through to 19. 19 being our oldest athlete to be competing in the 400 freestyle this morning.
Based on the entry times from the girls, we should see a really great battle from these three centre lanes. We also look at the swimmers in those lanes, and we've got a couple from Geelong and one from Terrelgan, and there has been this incredible rivalry from these two clubs over the last few years, with the winning team, those overall point scores being ever important. So every little win, every sneaky place that these athletes can move up in their categories goes towards those team points. And at the end of the day, I think that's something that country swimming really focuses on. It's not necessarily about the individual, but all about the team.
And these girls from Geelong in lane 4 and lane 5 giving it a really good go. Definitely pushing each other. That would be something I would have said as their coach, like really push each other through this 400.
Yeah, so swimming out of those middle names, we have Bella Johnson and Summer Morgan. And it is Arabella who is in the lead. Summer does a lot of our surf swimming, so we see her doing quite a bit of open water. She's really great across that 5 kilometre distance as well. You can see that in the difference in techniques here. So Summer has that little bit higher head position and lighter on the legs, and then you compare it to Arabella, a little bit more of that traditional stroke, and you can see the white water behind Arabella. She's going to maintain that kick a lot more throughout this race than perhaps Summer would with her technique.
And you can really see here their skills again. I know we've talked a lot in this 400 about skills, but these girls that are leading us really utilising those underwaters again, those tight streamlines.
I really enjoy, and something that if you listen to my commentary, you probably hear me mention over and over, but it's that transition from the underwater into the swim. So that moment when we call it the breakout, and it's breaking through the surface. I'm really enjoying Arabella. She really brings in the legs on that breakout and gets that little bit more momentum as she comes through. You can see a lot of athletes, they kind of stop the dolphin kicks and then there's a pause. And the difference that makes across when you're doing 15 turns, it might only be 0.1 each time, but then you're ending up with over a second difference in time just from that little bit extra 1% effort. So Arabella does a really nice job of it. As soon as she's coming through, she swaps from those dolphin kicks into the freestyle kicks really, really nicely there.
Absolutely, and she's got quite a lead now in that lane 4. She will turn in first with a 2:23.29. And her teammate is still following her in that second place spot.
Yeah, you can just see, though, Arabella's really lifted the rating here. They've just turned for their final 100 metres. For anyone following along So they've got now 3 laps left for the lead girls, and everyone else is on that final 100. But it really is just these 2 Geelong swimmers out in front. I don't think Summer's going to have enough to catch Arabella as she turns for this last 50. There's a bit of separation between them now. It's about 4 seconds. Yep, 4 seconds pretty much exactly. So as we come into this final 50.
Arabella turning for her last 25. Really making this 400 look easy here. And coming under the flags now, she will touch in first for this 4th and final heat. And she touches in a 4:39.1.
It's a fantastic effort from both of the girls. 8-second personal best for Arabella. It was a massive drop in time from Summer, and some nice little camaraderie there. As we come down to the finish, it will be Ava Dennis who touches in 3rd onto the wall in a 4:46.03.
Okay, kicking off event 2, the men's 200-metre backstroke. We have 4 timed finals in this event. We are in heat 1 of 4 here.
Yeah, that looks like a great turn by Bo Turner there in lane 4 from the Wannable Swimming Club. He seems to have been able to take this out quite strongly.
Yeah, his rate's definitely high for this first 50. And if he can keep that up, that will definitely change his placing. He'll lengthen that gap that little bit more.
Yes, he looks very strong. It's best to keep off your legs in the 200 backstroke, and that looks like exactly what he's doing. He's got a high rating with his arms, but he's not utilising his leg kick too much, so he'll probably bring those in the last 50. But we've got also 2 swimmers from the Geelong Swimming Club who are 14 years of age. That's George Kitson and Daniel Wilkie. And then Hayden Wilson in lane 6. He's from Ballarat GCO. There'll be bragging rights from the 2 Geelong swimmers. But it looks like Bo Turner from Warrnambool is still looking good coming into this 150 turn. He'll be able to see the other swimmers. They won't be able to see him because he's ahead and without looking round, which they're not meant to do. They won't be able to see where they are. They'll probably be able to see a bit of a splash that they are in contact with him.
Now George in lane 5 and Hayden in lane 6.
Look at them coming back.
Definitely coming in this last 50. Not letting Bo get away with that first spot too easy. It looks like he will lead now.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks like George Kitson there.
Quite the battle here for first, but it will be in lane 5, George, that touches in first with a 2:26.15 and Hayden touching in second.
Hey, that's some great PBs, all of them. 100% PB rate. Well done, lads.
Okay, we kick off heat 2 of 4 here for the men's 200 metre backstroke. Now we do have an age range here. We've got 15 all the way through till 19 years of age.
Yeah, that's quite a spread of the field. So some of these swimmers, you know, they're swimming in an open event, but they're really quite young, so they've got plenty of years left to be at these country championships. So Danura there in lane 4, Pereira, he turned in second place. He is the fastest seed. But as we can see out there in lane 7, Joaquin Kaiser-Leal from Mildura has set off at quite the pace.
And he is just 15 years of age, so these more experienced athletes, he's definitely showing them up a little bit at the moment. And utilising those skills like great underwater.
Yeah, nice rangy stroke. He's got such a good timing. You can see that he keeps that up all the way. Very nice turn there. And then it's a bit of a battle for the other three. We've got Lachlan Patterson in lane 5. He's up with Danera there. And also Nicholas Antonello from the Shepperton Swimming Club. He's making a charge here, Nicholas, you can see. 50 metres to go.
He's got quite a lead there in lane 7 at the moment, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to be catching him in this last 50.
Yeah, that 2:28.95, his personal best time, looks like that's really going to go. I mean, it's on 2:05 now and he's coming in. It'll be very close to the 2:10 mark. Oh, well done. 2:14.58 from King Kaiser-Leal there from the Mildura Swimming Club. That's a huge 14-second personal best.
And then lane 2 there, catching in second with another personal best. It's good to see our young athletes really pulling through in that heat there.
Yes, that's a great time. In fact, I think that's a national qualifying time. If he can convert that, he's well into the national age championships with that for long course season. It's marvellous. And all the way from Mildura too.
Heat 3 of 4 swimming now with us.
Yeah, we've got some great young swimmers here. Most of them 16 and a 15-year-old in this third heat of the timed finals.
Yeah, lane 8, Noah Steffens. Only 15 years of age.
Lane 2 turning first there. Blake Scott. He's from the Ballarat Swimming Club. And that distinctive red hat.
They're in a 36.6, so just over that sub-30 mark for that 50 metre. Some great underwaters here. Really utilising those skills that we talk about so much.
Yeah, looking very strong. In lanes 3 and 4. Marley Sutherland and Miller Stott there from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. They'll probably train together. They're both 16 years of age. I'm sure they've raced many times together. It's nice to have your teammates next to you. I think it gives you a sense of, calm really, because you race each other out in training a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll definitely know each other's strengths and weaknesses here. You can imagine their coaches really said to push each other. A lot like those Geelong girls in the 400 free, really side by side taking this lead here.
Well, coming along nicely though. We've got Brodie Cargill, part of the Cargill family from Traralgon. They've had a lot of success in their family, but Brodie's really coming back hard now.
Yeah, he's definitely opted to not drop off in that third 50. But it will be our lane 4 swimmer that touches in a 2:11.78. Closely followed by lane 5.
Yeah, Miller stopped there. He's a second under his personal best time. Very strong on that last 25.
Heat 4 of 4 away and swimming now. Now we are looking at these entry times and they look like we are dropping below that 2:10 mark now. We've got quite the age range because it is an open event. So you've got 15 all the way through to 19 years of age in this heat.
Yeah, lane 5, Cameron McKinney there taking it out really fast. He's obviously very confident in his abilities and he's probably put quite a bit of work in during this winter season.
Yeah, and turning and covering that 10 metres underwater is huge. Like, we start off with a really good underwater, but as we go in the race, as they turn, they're going to run out of oxygen, run out of energy, and those turns and those underwaters are going to be that little bit harder, especially in a short course pool where there are double the amount of turns, double the amount of underwaters.
Yeah, that usually younger swimmers, young age groupers, they find that, you know, if it is over 200 metres, the turns really take it out of them. But as you get older, and these strong boys, they obviously get a really good push off the wall, which is a big advantage. But you can see as he turns, Cameron McKinney, he's so far ahead, he's trying to get under that wash of the other swimmers coming in to him. There's a drag zone. It's about 1.5 meters from the surface of the water underneath. So you've got to really try and get under that drag zone, the sports scientists say, to utilise clear water.
He's just lengthening that lead more and more as he swims this 200. He's definitely showing that he's done this before, being 19 years of age. He's an experienced athlete. He's got those skills.
Look at this. I think it's going to be under the 2-minute mark. Oh, fabulous. 1:58.88.
That's a huge PB over there for our lane 5 swimmer.
Great swim from Ash Nichols there in lane 3. Seasoned performer. He'll have a big programme here. He's really known for his breaststroke and his freestyle, but that's a great 200 back from Ash too.
Okay, event 3 of the women's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class in the pool with us now. There are 2 heats of this event. Now we have to remember that these swimmers in the pool are all different classifications, so they're trying to get the closest to their classification world record time.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily who wins this race, who wins in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've split the medals today, so we've got a 13 and under age group and then a 14 and over. So depending on who's closest to that world record time for their classification in the 13 and under and the 14 and over will receive that medal today. And touching in first there is our lane 4 swimmer with a 51.01.
Nice PB there.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Zoe Cox. 3 seconds. They'll have a huge programme, these girls. It's a lot of racing over 2 days. They multi-event, many of them. So, yeah, quite a massive programme. That's a lot of swim downs and warm-ups as well.
Heat 2 of 2 away in swimming of the women's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. Now, big age range here in the pool with us, being an open event. We've got 11 years old all the way through to 25 years of age.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Amy Bale there in lane 8. She's from the Warrnambool Swimming Club. She's come a long way, 11 years of age. She's doing very well. Got a lovely smooth stroke over there in that green cap. But look at lane 4. Meg Conhedy there, 17 years old from Geelong. Bit of a masterclass, 3-second PB in that 50 breast.
And that sub 40.
Yeah.
A huge milestone. That sub 40 is really one to remember. An event for the men's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class away in swimming with us. Heat 1 of 2. So again, 2 heats of the time finals for this event.
It's a lovely start there from Matthew. Matthew Skews there from Pylong Piranhas Swimming Club. He's only 13 years of age. He has no entry time, so...
Yeah, it's really nice to see some of these multi-class swimmers enter with this no entry time, take on the challenge of coming to such a big event for their first race.
Yeah. Nice. Good touch.
Now lane 2 swimmer touching in a 44.80.
Dane Hornsby there coming in for second place, and then in lane 5 we have Blake Warren from Traralgon. From South Gippsland Bass, I think Byron Doran. He's got a 1:23 to beat. I think he will do that. And then over in lane 6, Kobe Wilson from Shepperton. Well done, Byron. That's a 5-second PB. And Kobe Wilson with no time, but now a new PB of 1:32.88.
Okay, away in racing is our second and final heat of event 4, the men's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. Now again, these athletes are racing their own world records for their classification, not necessarily each other in the pool.
That's right. Lucky Bellion, he has recently been up here. He competed for Victoria against New Zealand here in Bendigo. Was at the World Championship trials as well.
It was a great race from lane 4 there with a 38.25. So under that 40-second mark again. Sitting nice and high in the water.
Yeah, Bradley Doolan, Lucky Bellion and Ryan McGrain. They're all going to the Virtus Games in Thailand after this next week. So we wish them all the best.
Continue with our 50-metre events now as we move along to event 5. It's the girls 11 and under 50-metre butterfly. Now this is where we see a lot of our rookies, our first-time country swimmers. Off to a great start in lane 4 is Jessica McMillan of Bendigo East. The entry times from these girls all sitting around that 43 mark, and we'll see what times they can do this morning.
Yeah, nice little technique there from Vivian Knight from the Wodonga City Swimming Club as well. And also Charlotte Norman from the Surf Coast Swimming Club, doing very well for their first time.
And that's a massive personal best there from Jess. I did speak to her. She's one of the athletes that I've worked with a little bit in the last month about trying to break the 40-second barrier, and she's just done a 37, so she'll be stoked with that one. And the girls there, I think all of them did personal best, so what a way to kick off your country short course campaign.
Fabulous.
Heat 2 in the water now, and we know these are timed finals, so we keep an eye on the times from each heat. Those winners can really come from anywhere in these junior events. Our 5th heat, the fastest entries, we do have some girls sitting around 33, 34, some incredible times, and we also have a little bit of a range of ages in these athletes, with Miriam, just 9 years of age from Shepparton, swimming out of lane 5, doing a great job here. But the race really on between Ariana and Imogen in lanes 3 and 4 as the girls come down under the flags. And it looks like it will be Imogen Wilkins who will take out this second heat. The time there, 38.71. Once again, some nice personal best swims. And that's all we can really ask from these junior athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. And she spotted that finish really well in lane 4. Imogen, trying to finish on a full stroke. Excellent.
underway now with Heat 3. And Sam, you've just mentioned something that is super important in this short course events and in all 50-metre races. It's the timing of the wall. So getting that full stroke into the turn and the finish can make such a massive difference.
Oh, huge on breaststroke and fly. Got to really practice that in training, your stroke count, because, yeah, many a slip between cup and lips happens. You know, it's like a small stroke at the end is, you know, a qualifying time or not, or a medal or not. So, yeah, nice to see these girls finishing on a full stroke.
And it will be Demetrios who takes that one out. Great time in a 39 flat for Ruby. She did really nail those finishes, and in particular the turn. She got a great turn. She was off to an incredible start, and she held on right to the wall there, so well done, girls.
Yeah, the depth in this 11 and underage group, we've got 5 heats of 8, so about nearly on 40 swimmers in the country championships. So a good indication of how well butterfly is going to be for this country Victorian cohort of swimmers.
Starting to get to the pointy end now with Heat 4 hitting the water. These girls, we've got some 37s and 38s on entry. They'll be looking to see how far up the rankings they can move. It is those central lanes who have got away well, with lane 4 leading us around at the turn. Abel McPherson, and then in lane 6 going out quickly was Reese Pascoe from Bendigo Hawks. As we come down this second lap, though, it will be Abel who just starts to really pull away, the swimmer from Warragul. She's taken off down this second 25, and the time there, a 35.25.
Wow, first, second, and nearly third there from the Warragul girls. Nice to see how strong Butterfly is there. Great entry on their Butterfly. You could see entry thumb first. Very nice.
Away in racing with our 5th and final of our time finals. The girls 11 and under 50-metre butterfly. The time to beat was a 35. These girls getting away very nicely, though. It is Sophie Lee from Kangaroo Flat, the local legend, who got away really, really well in that first 25. And Georgie Kennett trying to make a little bit of a move, close the gap down this second lap, but I don't think anyone is going to catch Sophie Lee as she comes down to touch the time. 30.85. Georgie Kennett finishes in second, and it will be Ray Arnwell who finishes off in the 3rd place position.
What a great time for 50 fly. 30 point. That's a 3-second PB. Wow.
That is huge, and it's almost a record. So
yes,
not far off that incredible record set in 2017 by Molly Cargill in a 30.49. It's a great swim.
Here we go for the first heat of the boys 11 and under 50 fly. Let's see if the boys can get down to that 30-second mark. That would be good, wouldn't it, Carlia?
That'd be really, really impressive. If we look at the boys' record, it's actually a 31.49. So we tend to see in these younger age groups, the girls are still that little bit faster.
Yes.
A lot of the boys mature that bit later. If we look through, we've got 6 of our time finals here, and our entry time from our fastest swimmer is very similar to Sophie Lee's. So if they can drop the same amount of time, we might see a new record.
Yeah, Joshua Rodder's got a really nice stroke there, but out on the far lane, we've got Jude Harrison there from the Ballarat Swimming Club coming through for first place.
Did a nice little celebration there too, Jude. Congratulations. Happy with that swim.
And so he should be. That's a outside smoker, wasn't it? Whoosh. So yeah, we've got the in lane 4, Harry Knight. He's seeded fastest, but turning there for Geelong, we have... Oh no, it is Harry Knight in lane 4. Excuse me. Traralgon next to him. Riley O'Mara. Just going out of shot there, but we can see that definitely great finish by both boys. 39.7, so just getting under that 40 mark. Way better than their entry times. Boy, we're having a blinder this Saturday morning, aren't we, in the country?
It is the perfect day for racing here, really. We had a beautiful morning. The sun was up bright and early. The centre is just looking absolutely fantastic. Swimming Bendigo have done an incredible job getting us set up for their first ever Country Short Course Championships being hosted here.
Very lucky to have 2 pools as well in Bendigo, 250 metres. You don't get that hardly anywhere, do you? Oh, they've got 3. Wow. Yeah, quite even across the field. Very important to get those first few strokes really perfect. You can't get any faster than swimming with good technique.
Yeah, so Samuel Timms over in lane 7, he's got away very quickly down that first 25 to lead them out. And Sam, you were saying before about these earlier heats, we tend to see some really great performances from the outside lanes.
Yeah.
All of these entry times are super close together, so anyone that has done a little bit of extra work and can take off some time can start to really look great here as we come down to finish. And Samuel will hang on for that win. A 39.91, he snuck under the 40 barrier as well. It was Benjamin Edgar who finished in second, and Joseph Scrubby who finished in third from Ballarat Swimming Club.
Yeah, Joseph and Samuel giving each other a high five there from different clubs. That's nice to see, isn't it? But yeah, really good.
100%.
Some great dives from these guys. Good blocks here, aren't they? Got the kickers and everything, like very professional.
Yeah, we were starting to chat yesterday with a lot of the officials and the Swimming Victoria staff about these country clubs are all starting to get these incredible facilities now and better blocks and providing more opportunities for our athletes to improve on these skills. We're seeing a really, really good swim over in lane 2 here. Our swimmer from Wodonga City, Sonny Gorham. Looks like he's going to take out this 4th heat there in a 37.29. So first of our 37s we've seen and almost broke that 37 barrier. Great swim from him. There's a swimmer from Geelong over in lane 5, Sheng Min Han, who finished off in second lane.
Yeah, that was a great heat. These boys are really fired up this morning. Wonder if they've been watching the World Championships. That would get you fired up, wouldn't it? Hey?
100%. I think, as well as that, these 50-metre events now, you know, if we look forward to LA 2028, I should say, the Olympics now with 50-metre events, there's a lot more people focusing on sprint.
That's right.
A lot of opportunity coming up for some of these younger athletes.
Great start there from lane 5, Lucas Fitzgerald from the Warrnambool Swimming Club. He got off that dive really well, but it looks like it's all at the top end of the pool at the moment. And lane 8, Eric Zhu from Shepparton, is up there as well.
Yeah, it seems to be both the Shepparton boys who have gone out quickly. Have Jack Baker in lane 3. He got his hands on the wall just out in front on the turn. Really utilised that underwater to start moving his way through. Our swimmer in lane 4, Matthew Reinitz of Ballarat, really closing the gap, and it's all about that timing of the finish.
Just 0.2 of a second between them. That's great.
Yeah, so Matthew in lane 4, he gets there just ahead of Jack. Well done, boys. Great little competition. As we move along now to our 6th and final heat of the boys, 11 and under, 50-metre butterfly this morning.
Wow, that's close. Looks like anybody's there, but we have Henry Arnock in lane 4. He's in the fastest seeded lanes, but he's taken that out really, really well. What a great turn. Looking around at his opposition in lane 5, which is Hayden Rawson, also from Traralgon, so a bit of local club rivalry. But
yeah, Warrnambool. Like Lucas went in lane 2. He's probably nearly the closest as we come into the wall. It will be Henry Arnott who takes that one out in a 32.43, with second place going to Hayden Rawson. Great finish from him onto the wall.
Yeah, all about that getting onto the wall. Like, that was so close between second, third and fourth there.
So we now add a little bit of distance here with our girls. 12, 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Still one of our sprint events, just twice as far as we saw those 50-metre swims before. Our 100-metre event, short course, 4 laps, 3 tumble turns. Probably the most important part of short course swimming, Sam, is those turns and whether or not you can use them to your advantage, or if those little issues that you might encounter at training start to show as you fatigue.
That's right. I mean, sometimes you get asked, can we practice our turns? It's like, well, you've done about 100 turns in this session. Should we be practicing them all the time? Because it really is not about the speed you do them in training. It's about the quality of the execution of the turn, so that your body and brain learns that motor skill to then execute it in the race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, even when we're doing warm-ups and swim downs, we don't want our athletes going crazy fast on those elements of our training session, but we do always ask for those little skills. And for these 12, 13-year-old girls, something I would be looking for is, you know, holding those kicks underwater, seeing about 3 or 4 off every wall, not breathing on that first stroke. And that was a really close finish for our girls in the first heat. Now, this is our biggest age group across these championships, and probably, I believe, this is our biggest event, so most entries. We actually got 12 heats in this event, and to give you an idea of the quality that we're seeing within these 12, 13-year-old age groups, between last year and this year, we actually dropped, I'm just waiting for the start, we dropped 5 seconds off the qualifying time to actually be able to come and race at these championships. Wow. And we still got 12 heats of girls who stepped up to that challenge. So that's just showing the depth we have coming through in these junior age groups.
That's amazing, isn't it? That you have to take 5 seconds off a qualifying time and you've still got 100 swimmers qualifying. That just shows the talent that we have. I mean, I know that freestyle is, well, it's the Australian crawl, isn't it? Let's face it, you know, it's like, it's not, you know, it is their favourite stroke. It's the first stroke you learn to swim, you know, and the depth we've got internationally is unbelievable. I mean, that relay on that first night at Worlds, both men's and women's winning, it just goes to show you that must be inspiring our younger generation.
So at the 50-metre turn, it was the 2 girls in lanes 4 and 5 from Warrnambool, Arusha and Ruby, who took it out really well, but they were challenged down that third 25 by the outside lanes, and this race has really, really tightened up as we come down now under the flags. Looks like it might be our swimmer over in lane 8 who gets her hand on the wall first, Penelope Roberts from Kangaroo Flat, just 12 years of age. Remember, this is a 12, 13-year age group. She's done a great time there. 1:10.88, dropping off 4 seconds. Certainly might be one to watch for the future.
Absolutely. That's another local girl having a great swim.
Is it the home pool advantage, maybe?
Yeah, I think maybe, you know, because especially when there's a boom there, you know, you have to get used to seeing under it, I think.
We can also look across the pool and see all our incredible teams lined up against the barrier, supporting all of their athletes. And Kangaroo Flat, they are one of our host teams here in Bendigo, so they've got prime position there right next to that lane 8.
Yes, that's right. Being able to cheer on the swimmers nearest to them. But this looks like a fantastic swim from lane 5, Naeem Doyle, Surf Coast. And even with a slower stroke rate there in lane 2, Ariana Hove from the Geelong Swimming Club, you know, she's holding the water really well. She doesn't look like she's rushing, but she is getting along very well.
Yeah, I did see a really nice turn out in lane 7 from Rowena Creighton. We'll see if she can do that into this final lap, because it looks to me like it's a battle now between her and the swimmer in lane 2 from Geelong, Ariana.
Yeah, I think it's going to be anybody's coming in here into this final touch. Oh, but in the end, yep, great time under that 1:10 mark. That's a 4-second PB.
Yeah, Rowena, 1:09.01, ever so close to that 1:08. So hopefully we'll just start to see a few more of those times start to pick up as we move along to Heat 4 behind the blocks. I mean,
it's a line.
It's a blanket. It's a blanket start. Just starting to pull away in lane 2. Looks like Alvy Evans there.
We're thinking the same thing, Carlia. It's like you're quite stunned when you look at the speed and the depth of swimming. Looking very strong there in lane 2. Alvy Evans bar there from Wangaratta. I really like her stroke technique, actually.
Yeah, interesting in these 100-metre events. We do want that really quick first 50, but I think something we're particularly known for in Australia is that back-end speed, so the second 50, and we're just starting to see those middle lanes slowly close that gap. Whether or not they have enough room left to catch up to Alvi, she was out so nicely down that first 50.
To battle for the three of them, though, in lanes 4, 5 and 6. Kaylee, Chloe and Addison.
So Alvi takes the win with Jordan Camfield finishing in second there. And we have seen our first 108 of the competition of this 12, 13-year-old girls 100-metre freestyle. From a heat of girls entered with 113s, so 5-second drops.
So they've taken 5 seconds off, but everyone's risen to the challenge, and we've got 5-second PBs coming on. So, I think sometimes you think, oh, it might be unfair, they've taken 5 seconds off, but, maybe it's just raising the bar to say that you can meet that challenge, girls, and they are.
100%. I think what's really cool about our country championships as well is these girls standing behind the blocks, they're getting to see the times being done by the heats before, and that's also setting the bar. It's like, well, I'm entered with a 112, but that heat just went a 108. So now I want to go a 107.
That's right. And sometimes you just think, if they can do it, I can do it. Out in the outside lane, though, up there in lane 7, we've got Ella Misson from Traralgon. Great turn. And also down this end from Warrnambool, Matilda Kennedy. But it's a fight for the finish.
Yeah, lane 4's just pushed her way through down that final lap with Emma Libberts of Geelong Sharks, taking that one out in a 109.69. So not quite as fast as the heat before. As we move on to our halfway point, it is heat 6 of 12. Time finals this morning, fastest 3 times. They will be your medalists for these 12, 13-year-old girls.
That was nice of the officials there to let Lucy Beavis join in after that false start. Obviously they could see it was unintentional. But turning in lane 6 as the fastest, Stella McIntosh, a bit like Summer McIntosh, got that famous name from the Bendigo East Swimming Club. She got a 1:12 entry time. Going out in a 31:34 though. She looks like she's going to smash her PB.
Yeah, the girls all going out quickly, setting themselves up nicely. In our 100 freestyle, we look for there to be not a lot of drop-off between the first and the second 50. Somewhere within that 1 to 2 second range is probably ideal. The first 50, you do have the advantage of the dive start, and that's the main point of difference. Yeah. But it is still lane 8 doing a great job in this heat now.
Yeah, you've got to stay in contact. It's a race, I always say, and you must be in contact. Wow, 107.12 there for Amelie Prince from the East Gippsland Water Dragons out there in Bairnsdale. Must say, I do like that swimsuit from Matilda Thomas in lane 2. You know, you look and you go, oh, that's a nice swimsuit.
Yeah, so, I think they're pretty lucky now. There's a lot more range than...
lovely. You know, you think, oh, that's really good. So in lane 7 as well, we've got Neve Harrison from the Ballarat Swimming Club, turning very well.
Also having a really nice swim out in lane 1 is Matisse Aberline. She was away quickly early as they go around into the turn. Not a lot separating second all the way through to 5th.
Absolutely not. And just like you said, Carlia, it's all about those skills. They are the 5th stroke, really. Turn, starts and finishes.
So on the turn, Neve still out in the lead, and it was a good underwater from her. I don't think the girls are going to be able to catch her. The race really is on for second place out of heat 7. But it is, I mean, I've just put my pen down. This is old Neve out in lane 7. She's going to take this win. It's going to be a fantastic time for her. 1:06.04. Nice. So she's just dropped off another 5 seconds. I think we're going to have to bring this qualifying time down by 10 seconds next time.
Yeah, absolutely. And these girls, you know, they're only 12 years old and 13. You know, they're getting down to that 60-second mark, you know. That's so exciting. Yeah, you can see these girls, look at the kick. You know, a very important part of stabilising your stroke, the leg kick on freestyle. If you look at somebody like Molly O'Callaghan, what a kick she's got at the end of her race. That really sets her apart from the rest of the world. So these girls, fantastic leg kick there. And I think it's lane 6 that's going to come in. Oh no, we've got lane 2. See, it's so close.
Yeah, so 6 got her feet onto the wall faster, and that's another element of that tumble turn that we look for as you start the rotation, getting those feet across the surface of the water quickly onto that wall so you can maintain that momentum and almost bounce off the wall, I think is kind of a term that we might use. This race between lanes 3 and lane 6 is really going on now, but it looked like lane 3, once again, that final turn, the final wall, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely, yes, from South Gippy Bass. Lane 3, Brooklyn Packer. Lovely, 1:06.40. Nice to see the girls out in lane 5 and 7. Amelia Baker and Alexis Telford decided not to wear the racing suit. Sometimes it can feel a little restrictive. And when you're younger, you just think, oh, well, I can do it without.
I think particularly with these younger age groups, I don't believe the suit makes as much difference.
True.
As you get older and, you know, different body shapes and starting to...
well, my wobbly bits would need to be...
have less buoyancy in the water, because that's kind of what the suit does. It gives you that little bit of lift. Younger athletes, they sit high in the water anyway.
Yes.
So it definitely doesn't quite have the same amount of difference that we might see when we go up to those, you know, 16, 17, 18-year age groups. And I personally, my motto's always been look good, feel good, swim fast. So
yes, that's
if you're happy with what you are feeling like in your suit, that's more important than any value of a suit anyway.
Yeah, nice and close, that race there. Lane 2 taking a 1:07.19 and a 1:07.14. Nothing in that between those two girls. Well done. Amelia Baker and Alexis Telford.
Just 3 heats left of our 12, 13-year-old girls' 100-metre freestyle. And if this is their first event, what a fun one to start the day. 100 free, absolute race of races, really. Kind of the golden one for Australians. Great starts here from lane 1. It was Sasha Rava of Geelong. And over in that far lane in lane 6, Claire Baker. She's going to turn in first. Not a lot separating those central lanes as we come now into the third 25. Almost the premiership quarter of any race, that third leg.
It is. It's a make or break leg. It's nice to get a psychological advantage and be so far in front, because at 25 left, the other girls are going to think, I'm not going to be able to catch her. And if she can hold on, you know, and it's always good to feel like you're looking back on your opposition.
Yeah, so Claire, she's come under the flag. She's going to take this one out. It was a great final 25 in lane 2 by Miley Bird of Bendigo East. But that time set for first, very, very quick, even if you compare it to our fastest heat. It was a 1:02.63 from Claire Baker, should say, of the Ballarat GCO Swimming Club. So keep an eye on that time. So move on to heat 11.
Yes, there they all are again. There's nothing splitting these girls up that first 25. So as you can see, it's the skills, and it does take quite a bit of aerobic fitness, the 100 freestyle. Even though it's considered a sprint, you've kind of got to get out there and be able to hang on. So it's still a hard event to train for. You can't, you know, it's not just a pure sprint event.
Taking us out at that first 50 is Raina Snyder. She's backing it up already from that 400 freestyle earlier this morning. So we do know that she should have a pretty strong second 50. Looking good as well. Out in lane 7 is Ruby Kenwright of Warrnambool Swimming Club. They're going to turn for that final 25 in that first and second spot.
Look at Raina go, part of the Snyders clan there at Geelong. Zali, the sister, you know, super swimmer. 1:02.41.
So a little bit faster than what we saw Claire go in the previous heat. And we've only got one faster athlete swimming out of this final heat. So these girls here are going to have to lift if they want to get themselves on the podium.
Yeah, Astrid Buchanan there in lane 5. She competed at this year's National Age Championships. We've got Luan New out of lane 4 at the Geelong Swimming Club. 1:01.86. So let's see what they can do. It's going to take a PB to get onto the podium for those medals.
So as we turn on that first 50, Kira Delaney, our visitor from Albury, she gets her feet on out in front, just ahead of Lee Wen, and then it's Astrid in third. All three of the girls breaking that 30-second barrier, setting themselves up nicely. Hopefully we see a couple of maybe 100 or potential 101s here.
Oh, yeah, that would be excellent. Better at the turns there from the Geelong swimmer. Lee Wen.
Emily Croato, she's starting to sneak her way up alongside as well. The girls in 5 and 6 battling it stroke for stroke into the finish.
Wow.
And it will be Kira Delaney who gets that win there, 1:01.99. Astrid Buchanan, 1:02.06, finished in second.
Well, Wen got third there. She certainly did give it her best, didn't she?
Yeah, it was a great performance. So we move along in our program now. This is event 8, the boys 12-13 years 100 metre freestyle. We saw those girls. We saw some 101s and some 102s this morning. We saw incredible personal bests from our earlier heats. And we have 8 of our time finals in the boys for this event this morning. In the water, heat 1, not a lot separating them as they turn. It will be Samuel Ballette of Wodonga City who goes around in front, but coming off the wall really well there was Ethan McCracken of Shepparton, and he's pushed his way into the lead. With just 5 metres left to swim, though, we are seeing Samuel show that little bit more power down the final lap.
Yeah, he also held his breath really well from the flags to the wall, which is important at the finish. So, yeah, not breathing really. If it's close, that's what's going to get you the first place. Yeah, with the qualifying times here, with the girls, it really does go on how well the age group competed the year before. And if they have raised the bar, like they have this year as well, then next year's qualifying times will be faster. So, you know, success breeds success, really, doesn't it, Carlia?
It certainly does. As we turn our attention now to heat 2 of the boys, and it is once again our middle lane, lane 4. It's going to take us out in first there. Flynn Cox, 32.58 feet onto the wall. Just saw a good turn from our swimmer in lane 2, Bowden Brown, to push his way up back alongside Flynn, and they are our leaders with 75 metres left to swim.
Yeah, I like that. I always like to say Yarrawonga Malawa.
Mawela,
yeah.
Yarrawonga Mawela.
I know, that's it. I do love those Australian Indigenous names, I've got to say. From being from Britain, I really feel like I'm here.
And it will be our swimmer from Yarrawonga Mawela there in Flynn Cox who takes out heat 2 in a 109.61. Away we go now with heat 3, and not a lot separating the boys on the start. Some speedy swimming though in lane 2 there from Aaron Ginn of the Kilmore Swimming Club. I'm really liking to see these high stroke rates from the young athletes. As we come into the turn there, it will still be Aaron who's out in front of Tom Hembrow in lane 4. And really nice turn there from Thomas in lane 4. He's come up alongside Aaron, and we're having a stellar last 25 now from Jasper Warner as well. But down to that touch there, and it will be Thomas Hembrow of Bendigo East who takes the win from heat 3.
Heat 4 of 8 in the water, away and swimming. Now it looks like our outside lane is having a fantastic start there.
Yeah, lane 8 from Maui Amateur Swimming Club, Cohen Boothman. He got away very nicely down that first 25, but it will be our swimmer starting to move his way up alongside there from lane 3, Zihan Wang of Geelong.
We are looking at these entry times here, and all sub 110. So looking at some fast swimming from these boys.
Just seeing those Geelong athletes, training partners, really pushing themselves along down that third 25, and they've almost kind of separated themselves from the rest of the heat. It is tightening up our swimmer in lane 4, really putting the afterburners on in Patrick Clark, but I don't think it's going to be enough to catch Zihan as we come into the wall. It will be Zihan in first, followed by Byron Morgan. We saw his sister do a really great job in the 400 earlier, and Patrick Clark will touch in third from our heat 4. And we'll move on to heat 5 of 8.
Heat 5 of 8 in the water, away and swimming.
It's pretty even across that start. A lot of these sprint boys getting up a little bit earlier, not really utilising the full 15. As we get to these older athletes, we will see more of those boundaries almost, you could say, being pushed through that 15-metre rope. As we know in our butterfly backstroke and freestyle events, on each wall you can actually stay under the surface for an entire 15 metres.
Yeah, those underwaters are super important. Definitely being your fastest part of your race if it's done well.
Yeah, showcasing some nice underwaters early on in this race was Ty Lauren of Warrnambool Swimming Club. He's really up there with our swimmer in lane 5, Guillermo Zavalas-Fortunic, as they come down this final lap. The boys in the middle, they're trying to push their way into this competition again, but it looks like it's going to be a race between Guillermo and Ty.
Heat 6 of 8 in the water,
Billy Main had a really quick reaction there in lane 3, and you actually saw him ahead of the other boys already in the air, and he's utilised that down that first 25 and got the lead early on just ahead of Oliver Anderson of the Bendigo Hawks as they come into that 50-metre turn. They're going to be our 2 leaders, quite a distance ahead.
Yeah, it is still Billy in that leading position. But it is going to come down to this last 25, who has a quick turn, a good underwater here.
15 metres left to swim for the boys, and Billy Main looks like he's led from start to finish, but he's not going to have it all his own way as we come down into the wall. Oliver making that last-ditch attempt. It's not quite going to be enough from heat 6. It will be Billy Main who takes that one out ahead of Oliver Anderson of the Bendigo Hawks Aquatic. It's the second last of our time finals this morning for the boys 12, 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Going around in first there, Maverick Houston in lane 5. And once again, we're seeing some great first 50s from those outside lanes. The middle lanes with a lot of work to do as we come down to 50 metres left to swim.
Jaden in lane 2, making a really good start with that first 50. Can he keep it up for this last 50 though? He's using those legs really well.
Just starting to push into this race now is lane 7, Shengu Han from Geelong. But it will still be Jaden who leads us down this final 10 metres ahead of Maverick. Looks like he's done enough early on and really continued that pace. He's going to take out this second last heat, so heat 7 will go to Jaden Lim of Ballarat Gold.
Okay, our final heat, heat 8 of event 8. The boys 12 and 1300 metre freestyle. A great start from our middle lanes here. And it is a fight to get on the wall first, but it looks like it will be our swimmer in lane 4, Archie. And great underwater on that second 50.
Yeah, on paper, this looked like it was kind of going to be a race of those centre 3 lanes, but we are seeing some good swims coming from lanes 2 and lane 7. They could get their way up into the medals. Archie Smith from South Gippsland Bass, he came into this event ranked first with a 57, 2 seconds ahead. I don't think he's going to win it by 2 seconds, though, with Jack Hayes in lane 3 coming onto the wall, just 1 stroke behind. Archie Smith takes that one out ahead of Jack Hayes.
Okay, we're kicking off event 9. The girls, 14 and 1500 metre butterfly. Heat 1 of 6. Now, these are timed finals, so that last heat, heat 6, with our fastest entry times is going to be the one to watch.
First 25 leading us through from Heat 1 was Keziah Wolf of Mansfield Swimming Club over in lane 2. I think the 100 fly, a little bit of a different strategy to our 100 metre freestyle. We still want to get out quickly. Obviously, it's only 100 metres. It's a sprint. You can't hold back too much. But a lot more almost mind games and things come into play as well. If you do go out fast, you might drag everyone else out with you. And if you have that good backhand speed, that could certainly be a strategy. I know what I would tell my athletes is make sure you're just getting plenty of oxygen. Butterfly, you need that oxygen down the final 25 so we don't feel like a piano's fallen on our back. So make sure you're timing that breathing and maintaining that rhythm.
Yeah, just on that breathing, like you'll see a few different strategies here, like breathing every second, trying to hold their breath at times. Lane 2 there, taking out our first heat.
Yeah, ended up really close down that final 25 between Amalia Lofgren and Keziah Wolf. They were almost stroke for stroke onto that finish. And I know that Sam and I, we spoke about earlier during the 50 metre butterflies, the importance of timing the finish. And if you can just get that reach and get that full stroke onto the wall when someone else has to take that extra, even if it's just a half stroke, you can actually just win within that half a second.
Heat 2 of 6, away and racing. Now, it was really nice to see a almost perfect dive from lane 1 there.
And she's maintained that through the first 25. So once again, outside lanes doing great early on, showcasing good skills. So that swimmer in lane 1 is Pippa Barr. She'll lead us through at the 50 metre mark, just ahead of Kayla Welsh in lane 7 from South Gippsland Bass, and very close between those third place athletes onto the turn.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before about getting that oxygen in our 100 fly. So you'll see a lot of these girls breathing every stroke. They'll probably keep their head down in that last 5 metres though, flags to wall.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are opting for that every stroke breath. The main thing, if you are going to breathe every stroke, is getting your chest back down, returning your head to that neutral position. And if you can do that, it's going to be really great for you. We've just seen a fantastic final lap from our swimmer in lane 6 there, Joni Grieve. She is going to take out that second heat. All in that last 25, she made up a lot of ground and caught up to Kayla and Pippa, so those girls will finish in second and third there.
Okay, heat 3 of 6 in the pool with us. That was a great start there from lane 3. Really good underwater. Some quick turns there from our girls, especially in these 100s, especially short course. You've got double the amount of turns, double the amount of underwaters. So really showcasing her skills there. Lane 2, Emma is leading us into this second 50. Outside lane, lane 8, performing really well in this second 50. It's really a battle for first here against our lane 8 and lane 6 swimmers. It will be lane 6 that takes out our third heat, Sophie Ryan. Heat 4 away in swimming. It's pretty even across these lanes at the moment.
Nice to see a lot of these athletes are 14 years of age, so they'll have another year in this age group. And if they can start pushing their way up towards that top 10 marker or top 8, get some points for their club, that's going to be a really impressive job from them. We can see a lot of improvements through that 14 to 15 year age group as they go into that 50-metre turn. And it is Bryn Kirk from Wodonga City who pushed us out in the first 50. Great swim happening from our swimmer over in lane 8, Michaela Pistorius from Geelong. She's currently sitting in second, just ahead of her teammate in lane 6 there, Taryn Aldred.
Looks like coming under the flags now, it will be Bryn in lane 4 that wins that heat 4 of 6 for us. Okay, approaching the end of event 9 with our heat 5 girls in the water. Now off to a flying start there are our middle lanes.
Lane 4, good underwater there from Azia Fong-Sutton. She'll turn at that 50-metre point about a full body stroke in front of the other girls. Looking good out in lane 1 is Charlotte McConville from Bendigo Hawks. So it's the local Bendigo athletes who have led us around in heat 5. We come down to that 75-metre turn and ZZ still out in the lead. These other girls really starting to close the gap now as they come down under the flags. Looks like Summer Morgan might be the one to beat here. She'll get her hands on the wall. The time there was around a 110 high, 111 low. We don't have the clock on our screens at the moment. But that time is just going to be just outside what our top-ranked athletes in this 6th and final heat are entered with. So they're going to have to be on their game if they want to score a medal this morning.
Our 6th and final heat of event 9 here. So these girls are entered with our quickest entry times. But like Carly has said, our girls in our last race were really fast. Lots of PBs in there. So hopefully these girls can maintain this excellent start, especially lane 4 here. Hannah off to a great second 50 there. Yeah,
a few of these girls have already raced this morning, so we know they might be a little bit tired and fatigued. This is a good opportunity for the girls who are fresh coming into this 100-metre butterfly to really push the limits on it. And Hannah Buchanan looking fantastic as she comes down. 10 metres left to swim for her. Racing now for second, it is Maya Roberts over in lane 6, who is ahead of Arabella Johnson. And on this side of the pool, Lily Goodman. Those two are going to be very, very close for that bronze, but it will be Hannah Buchanan who takes out our 6th and final of the time finals for the girls, 14-15 year 100-metre butterfly.
Okay, we kick off event 10, the boys 14 and 1500 metre butterfly. So there are 5 timed finals in this event. Lane 5. Great start to his second 50. Now he did really opt in that first 50 to breathe the least amount as possible. So interesting tactic here compared to the other boys breathing every stroke like we spoke about before. Definitely getting that oxygen in.
Yeah, and you can just see the other two in lanes 3 and 4 starting to make their way through the field now and take over that lead. I think a lot of that can be due to that oxygen deficit. You just don't quite have the strength in your legs to keep going in these 100-metre butterfly races. And taking that one out will be Matthew Gilbert from Geelong Sharks in lane 3. He was one of the athletes that chose to breathe every stroke and maintain that speed and almost built the race. So that last 25 was nearly one of his fastest. You might notice across the weekend the officials asking athletes to step back down off the block. So what they're looking for is as soon as the TO or the starter has said that take your marks, all athletes need to be perfectly still before we start the race to ensure a fair start for everyone.
All right, outside lane here, lane 1, Tom. Excellent first 50 there, really utilising that underwater into his second 50.
Yeah, he put it out nicely and across the far side of the pool between lanes 6 and 7. A little bit of a challenge going on between those two, but this race looks like it's all Tom McMahon from Geelong as he comes down now with just 10 metres left to swim. He's held it from the beginning to the end. A little bit of a fight from the far side, but it's not going to be enough to get in front. Tom McMahon will take that one out ahead of our James G in lane 6 and Troy Oswald in lane 7.
Heat 3 of 5 away and racing.
It will be lane 7 who leads us through at the 25-metre mark, Isaac Holloway of Wodonga Swimming Club. These boys in the centre of the pool, almost stroke for stroke, coming down under the flags. At the halfway turn, not a lot separating those top 5 athletes, really.
Now, middle lanes are starting to pull away for this last 25.
Yeah, they really utilise those underwaters. As you can see there, lanes 4 and 5 getting the better of those dolphin kicks and really pushing through. On the turn, it was Thomas Sahar of Warragul in front, but he's just fighting away Alexander Graham. And, I mean, I cannot split that on the finish. What about you, Teagues? It was super, super tight between 4 and 5 there.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it. Okay, at the tail end of our event 10, heat 4 of 5. Fantastic start there from our middle lanes.
Oscar, once again, those underwaters, really looking fantastic. He utilised the entire 10 metres off that turn. Let's see how he goes coming off this 50-metre wall, whether he can maintain it.
Yeah, Oscar there about a body length in front of everyone else at the moment.
So to pick up a medal in this event, you're looking around that minute mark. He's going to be trying to set himself up to move up those rankings as much as possible. It's a tight race for second here. Looks to be our swimmer from Geelong Sharks over in lane 6, Ben. Starting to push his way up alongside down this final lap, and what a final 25 it was. It will be Ben who takes out heat 4 of 5. Swimmer from Geelong in lane 6 ahead of Oscar. He did the work early but just didn't quite have the legs to finish off.
Our 5th and final heat. It's pretty even right now. Our middle 2 lanes having a great start in that first 25.
Yeah, Harrison Main in lane 5. He got away really well that first 20 metres, but just slightly mistimed the turn, and that was enough of an opportunity for Jacob Richards to get himself out in front. He's come off that wall nicely to take the lead at the 50-metre mark, and it's pretty much a race of 2 here between Jake and Harry.
Yeah, Xavier in lane 3, though, really showcasing those skills with those underwaters.
He maintains that 3rd place position. He's trying to hold off Archer Marsland. Those two are sitting in the bronze medal placing, but it will be Jacob who gets his hands on the wall first to take out this one, the 100 butterfly for 14, 15-year-olds ahead of Harry. Moving away now from our 100-metre butterfly events, we move along to event 11. It's the girls 16, 17 years, 100-metre freestyle. We have 4 of our timed finals in this event today. And in the water, heat 1.
So we saw our younger athletes before swim their 100-metre freestyle. So it'll be interesting to see their times in comparison to these girls. Our middle lanes here making it fantastic. Third 25. There's a close battle between these two girls. Now lanes 4 and lane 3. It will be lane 4 that takes out our first heat. Ella Matters.
Away in racing now with our second of our 4 timed finals. Sarah Provoli out quickly over in lane 7. Not a lot separating the rest of the girls in the field. It was a good turn in lane 3 by Isabel Kilborn. She's almost popped her way up alongside Sarah to come down now into that 50-metre turn.
Asher in lane 1, definitely chasing these girls, having one of the better starts and underwaters there. Opting to stay down that little bit longer.
.25 metres left to swim, and those 3 girls we've mentioned still pretty much sitting in that first, second and third place spot, with Ruby Paulette in lane 4 trying to close the gap, but Sarah looks like she's going to take away this second of our timed finals.
Approaching the end of event 11, heat 3 of 4 of our girls 100-metre freestyle here. Now our outside lane, lane 8 there, having a fantastic start. Now can Isla keep it together for the whole 100?
Yeah, it was Isla Ho over in lane 8. It's a swimmer from Ballarat Gold. She's going to maintain that lead into the 50-metre turn. Some really nice underwaters occurring here by Rani Matheson in lane 4. She's almost behind as she comes in, but makes up a lot of ground off that wall. Let's see if it's enough for her to catch up to Isla Ho down this final 25. Not a lot in it to finish, but it looked like Isla just managed to hang on ahead of Rani. Those 2 our leaders from our third of 4 time finals. And we move on to our last lot of girls here. Some 58 entry times, so we'll see how many we can get under that minute barrier. Always a great feeling if you can slip into the 59s.
Our 4th and final heat in the water and racing. Now, as Carly was saying, we've got a couple entry times here, 58.04, 58.54. So nothing separating lanes 4 and lane 5, Ava and Brooke here.
But it was lane 3 who's really taken this out well. Claire Matheson from Ballarat Gold. She is going to come into that turn right up alongside Ava Candy, with Brooke Briscoe sitting in 3rd. And what a turn that was by Ava. She went in, just looked like slightly behind and came out half a body length in front.
Yeah, these 3 middle lanes here definitely creating that backwards V shape in this final 50.
So it's the battle from Ballarat as the girls come down under the flags. And it will be Ava Candy from Ballarat Swimming Club ahead of Claire Matheson from Ballarat Gold, with Brooke Briscoe from Geelong finishing and touching in 3rd.
Okay, we kick off event 12, the boys 16 and 1700 metre freestyle. Now there is 4 times finals. We are on heat 1 of 4 in the pool with us now.
Yeah, we've seen some great racing occurring across our previous events with some close finishes for those podium spots. And once again, only 4 of our time finals here with the boys. Taking us around there was Alexander Bell from Warrnambool, ahead of Elliot Bird from Bendigo East, and they're out a little bit ahead of the rest of the field early on.
Alexander Bell leading at the moment, opting to stay underwater that little bit longer. But it will be our lane 5 swimmer, Elliot, that touches in first for our first heat.
Underway now with our second time final of the boys 16-17 years 100 metre freestyle. We saw a 57 posted in that initial heat. All these boys entry times around the 58 barrier. See how many more we can get under that mark. Going away nicely early on is Kai Maloney from Warrnambool. And on the far side of the pool, we've got Marley Sutherland, who gets his feet over onto the turn just ahead.
Looks like it will be Marley that touches in first with a 56.93. So a great PB from him as well. Heat 3 of 4 away and racing. So we're at the end of this event 12. So looking at our faster entry times here.
Yeah, these guys well under that 60-second barrier.
Really is anyone's race here, though, heading into this second 50.
Yeah, I think leading out there, Albury Amateur Swimming Club, Nicholas Tuknui. He's a visitor at these championships because Albury's obviously over the border in New South Wales.
Now it looks like it will be our lane 5 swimmer that touches in first with a 55.52, a fantastic time. Our 4th and final heat in the water and racing. Now we had a few boys in the last heat, PB by quite a bit, so would have placed them in this top heat with the entry times. So these boys are really going to have to pull it together, pull off some really good times to put them in that podium position.
Yeah, it's still the morning, so they're going to have to up their game early in the morning, which is great practice for when you're at actual states and nationals, etc., to get through those heats.
Now just pulling away now from the rest of the group are our middle lanes. Now these boys in the middle are going stroke for stroke in this last 25. You can hear the coaches steering them on. But it looks like coming under the flags now, it will be our lane 4 swimmer that takes it out, Thomas, with a 53.40, closely followed by Zachary in second.
Here we are for the girls 18 and over 50 freestyle. 3 swimmers in this heat. Just 2 laps. It all depends on the start, turn and finish. And it's anyone's after that turn. Very, very close between Kira Stevens, Michaela Bond and Hannah Simmons. It just looks like the winnable swimmer, Michaela. Yes, Kira gets it with under the 30 seconds, 29.92, followed by Michaela, 29.94. Nice, under that 30 seconds.
Heat 2 of 3 in the pool and swimming. Now it's pretty even in this first 25 across all of our swimmers. It does look like lane 2 gets away that little bit quicker, really using those skills, those underwater skills that we keep talking about. There's a battle between 4 and 2 here. It looks like it will be lane 4 with a sub-30, a 29.25. Zoe, well done, Zoe.
Here we go of this final heat. All 8 swimmers in this time final. Looks like lane 4 is out there the best. Nicole Briscoe, she's 20 from Geelong. Beautiful turn there and underwater. You can see that great body dolphin that she does off the wall. So it looks like Nicole's going to take this out quite well, but there's quite a battle for second place. Yeah, Nicole 27.38, but second was Haley Jelly from the Hamilton Olympic Swimming Club.
Okay, kicking off event 14, the boys 18 and over 50 metre freestyle. There are 3 timed finals here. Now we've got a couple older athletes in this one. 18 through to 28. I'm just coming underneath the flags now. Looks like it will be our outside lane, lane 1, that takes out our first heat. Cameron Jordan.
Okay, we've got heat 2 of these 3 timed finals for the boys 18 and over 50 freestyle. We've got Cam Dewar in lane 6, Traralgon Swimming Club. He's a coach out there at Traralgon, so let's see what he can do up against the swimmers. But it looks like Shepperton with Braden Wilson. Yes, he's taken that out, 24.72. Followed by lane 5, William Elliott from Warrnambool.
Okay, our third and final heat in the water and swimming. Now, quite the age range here again, 18 through to 34. Looks like our middle lanes have had a fantastic start there. And clear winner here will be lane 4. Ashley that touches in first with a 22.53, closely followed by his lane next to him.
We've just come up. That's a record, a Victorian country record there for Ash Nichols with a 22.53. Just had to wait for a ratification of that on the Hawkeye system. So congratulations, Ash Nichols, new Victorian country record, men's 50 freestyle.
We kick off event 15, the girls 11 and under 100 metre IM. Now this IM here, we've got 3 timed finals in this event. Now, lots of turns in an IM, lots of different turns. You've obviously got your butterfly to backstroke turn, your backstroke to breaststroke turn, and then your breaststroke to freestyle turn. All a little bit different from each other. There are a few ways you can do this backstroke to breaststroke turn, so it'll be interesting to see what our athletes choose today.
And the 100 IM is only at Winter Championships because it's only over the short course, so you don't really get a lot of opportunity to practice this, do you?
Lane 5 swimmer there, Ruby, off to an excellent start. She has led this race from the start, and it looks like she will lead it to the end. It looks like it will be Ruby that takes out this first heat in a 1:26.39. So massive PB for Ruby there.
Heat 2 of these 3 heats of the 11 and unders. As long as these girls can think just 4:25s, it doesn't seem as daunting as 100 metres. Good turn there from lane 4, Isabella Scullion there from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. And she's straight into that backstroke with a nice head back position. Lovely backstroke there.
Yeah, her rating is a lot higher than the other girls here. So it'll be interesting if she can keep this up in her breaststroke leg and her freestyle leg.
Good split stroke. Breaststroke looks very good. So I think she's been well prepared for this event by her coach there from Ballarat Gold.
And we know that breaststroke is a really tough one on our legs. So if she can bring this home with a good kick in that freestyle, she'll just lengthen that lead that little bit more.
Yeah, lane 6 turning, Nellie Gray from the Geelong Swimming Club. She's only 10, so she's putting in a good back end of her 100 IM. Good breaststroke and freestyle leg for her.
It does look like it will be Isabella that takes out this second heat with a 1:23.10.
Third, Ariana Edwards from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. So that's first and third for the Ballarat Gold.
As we mentioned before, we have 3 heats of our event 15, and we are on our third and final heat. These middle lanes going out really strong in that butterfly leg. It looks like coming underneath the flags. Now it's a battle between lane 5 and lane 4. Lane 5 does touch in first with a 32.99 with a fantastic crossover turn. Now Sophie Lee, great breaststroke leg here, so she will lead us into this last 25.
It's a great lead. Yeah, lane 4, Sophie Lee, local girl.
There's a battle here coming under the flag, so does look like Sophie Lee will take it out with a 1:12.19, but is closely followed by lane 4 there with a 1:13.28.
Just to confirm, that was a Victorian state record for Sophie Lee, 1:12.19, new Victorian country record. Okay, heat 1 now for the boys. Let's see what they can do here.
So just our 3 swimmers in this heat here. Now we've got 4 heats of this event. So 3 for the girls, 4 for the boys.
Yeah, 2 swimmers here. Well, all 3 swimmers are 10 years old, so they're at the lower end. They'll be able to compete in this again next year. So just to practice for them. Lenny Chiller from Warrnambool Swimming Club, Menzel Cook in lane 4 from Warrnambool Swimming Club, and Balin Said from the Traralgon Swimming Club. Nice holding there, glides on that breaststroke, very important part of the breaststroke. On the final lap now. Commanding lead there from Menzel Cook. Nice strong leg kick, very balanced stroke and that freestyle. Well done. 1:32.07 for Menzel. That is a PB for him.
Kicking off heat 2 of 4.
Yeah, little Alexander Lee. He's in lane 9, Kangaroo Flat. Lane 1. He's only 9 years of age in lane 1. It's a long way when you're 9, 25 fly. But out in the lead we have Angus Turnbull from the Traralgon Swimming Club.
Now, it will be Angus that touches in first, but we know in an IM that breaststroke leg is really make or break for our swimmers.
Yes, it certainly is. Especially this turn as well, when you go into the breaststroke to freestyle turn, as soon as you're on freestyle and everyone else is still on breaststroke, you can really pull away. Looks like it's in the bag for lane 4. Angus Turnbull.
Yeah, so Angus has led our race from start to finish. He will touch in first. And that is in a time of a 1:25.38. But he is closely followed there by our lane 5 swimmer.
4-second PB there, so the boys doing a great job. They've already had a couple of races already.
3 of 4 away in swimming. Now we're sort of starting to see a drop in those entry times. So sub 30 entry times. So a 129, 128, 127.
Yeah, it's all in the 120s, these guys. Max Henry, he's the only 10-year-old. He's over in lane 1 from Wodonga City.
Now lane 4 there. Great first 50 with that sub 40. Now can Xander keep it up in this breaststroke leg?
Yeah, he looks pretty confident, but you can see in lane 5, Matthew Reinitz from the Ballarat Swimming Club. He's pulling up.
Here's Xander and Matthew here, really going stroke for stroke down this last 50.
Also, Cartran there from the Ballarat Swimming Club. Can see his compatriot over there. So it's going to be a battle here in this second from last heat.
It really is between these 3 boys now. But it will be our lane 4 swimmer leading from start to finish, Xander, with a 122.20. Okay, 4th and final heat.
Yeah, Henry Arn up there. He's got a 1:15.79 entry time. So on paper, it looks like he should win this, but you just never know.
Yeah, he's about 5 seconds quicker than any other entry time in there. So we have seen some huge PBs today. So it'll be interesting to see if these entry times are how the race plays out.
Very good turn there from lane 5. Samuel Russell from Gisborne Thunder. He did a great back to breast turn.
It really is these 3 boys going stroke for stroke down this last 50. Now you'll notice here that Henry has sort of pulled away in this breaststroke leg, picking up that stroke rate in the second half of his 25.
Lucas Fitzgerald coming back as well there. Oh, sorry, Hayden Ross. Yeah, Lucas Wendt, sorry, from the Warrigal Swimming Club. Comes through in second.
It is our lane 4 swimmer, our fastest entry time. Touching there in first. Kicking off event 17, our men's 400 metre IM. Now, 400 IM means that you are swimming 100 metres of every stroke. So we just watched our 100 metre IM, so that's 25 of each stroke. This one here, they've got to do 4 25s of every stroke. So a really challenging one for them.
Yeah, that's right. That's a lot of turns as well. So a lot of underwater work when it's a distance event, meaning they have to be pretty fit to be competing in this event and good at all 4 strokes. So it's quite an impressive event to be taking on board for 14-year-old Hugo Pankhurst in lane 5. And then Jared Tadgel's only 16, South Gibby Bass in the lead. So the younger boys really embracing this longer event.
Yeah, so we watched Jarrah go out with a significant lead, and he's only lengthened that lead going into his backstroke leg. So it'll be interesting to see here how the athletes play to their strengths and their weaknesses. Everyone's got a favourite stroke, everyone's got a least favourite stroke. So it'll be interesting to see where these athletes really pick up their stroke rate, where they have their breaks, their downtime.
Yeah, we've had some success in Victoria with our men's 400 IM. David Schlicht, great IM swimmer, recently was at the World Championships representing Australia in Singapore.
And we talked a little bit before about athletes playing to their strengths and their weaknesses, and it does look like here we're having a great backstroke leg from our lane 3 swimmer.
Yes, he's pulled right up there, so it must be one of his strengths. But like you say, the breaststroke is always the telling stroke. But less telling when it's in the short course pool. If you're good at your split stroke under waters, which is the stroke straight off the push-off, then you can get quite a bit of distance and less swimming time.
Yeah, so Jarrah has led us from start to finish here. But Nicholas has had a great backstroke leg and looks like he is closing that gap that little bit in this breaststroke. Now their legs will be burning now, so it's really who can hold it together whilst their legs are burning. Now Jarrah's really stepped away from the rest of the group here with his skills. We watched a great crossover turn from him before. Some really good touch turns here in his breaststroke.
That's right, they'll be thinking just one more lap of breaststroke, and then you've just got to dig in on that freestyle. Keep up your rating for all 425s and just push through that pain barrier.
Now lane 7 here. Or lane 6, sorry, Chase has had a fantastic breaststroke leg. So he takes over that second position here from Nicholas. So Jarrah still leads us into his freestyle, making that gap even bigger.
Yeah, certainly does show compared to the 100 IM that if you get to the breaststroke, finish of the breaststroke with quite a lead, turning onto that freestyle, you just pull further and further away.
Now it is really a battle here for second. Will it be Nicholas or will it be Chase?
Yeah, it's who can tough it out. Over there, just in lane 3, you can see Nicholas looking over to his right. Now he's breathing away from his competitor in lane 6, Chase. Bringing in his legs would be Jarrah Tadgell. Southkippy Bass.
It will be Jarrah here that finishes in first with a 1:59.14, which is a huge PB for him. And it's a battle here for second, but it looks like it will be Chase after that fantastic breaststroke leg in lane 6 with a 5:15.50.
Heat 2. Always good to count your strokes, and be very relaxed on that over water part of the butterfly leg. You need to conserve as much energy as possible. The red distinctive cap there from someone from Ballarat, Thomas Costello, turns first at that first 50.
And we talked a little bit before in our 100-metre butterfly races about how important it is to save that oxygen. So swimmers may opt to breathe every 2 or every stroke. The boys in the pool now are opting to breathe every stroke.
Yes, they are trying to get that valuable O2 into their system.
Now, lane 7 there, touching with a 104.40, leading us into this backstroke leg, but it really is anyone's race across the pool at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. They are stretched out. They'll be able to see each other. It's not too far away. Really, you can't turn your head on backstroke to have a look, so usually on the underwaters they'll have a sneaky peek to see where they are, I think.
So these 3 boys coming down the pool in this backstroke leg. It's going to come down to who has the better skills, who's got the faster turns, who's got the tighter streamlines, who's focused on those underwaters. And all 3 of our boys then had a pretty good underwater off the wall.
They did. It's almost like synchronized swimming, their arms going over the top together, so they've got the same sort of rating. It's who can hold on to the water the best.
So we talked about strengths and weaknesses before, so it'll be really interesting to see whose strength is their breaststroke here, and can they separate themselves from these 3 boys.
It's such a crucial part of the IM, the breaststroke, because they're getting tired now, and so to be technically good at breaststroke, you know, if you are a good butterfly swimmer, it's a bit of a shame that you don't get the advantage because it's right at the beginning. But yeah, look at them go. Excellent underwater split stroke there from lane 5, Edward O'Connor. He's from Albury Amateur Swimming Club. They had a representative at the World Championships in Siena Tui, the breaststroke, young breaststroke sensation.
So Edward here really showcasing his strength of his breaststroke here. Definitely pulled away from the pack of those boys.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of a Leon Marchand, I think. He's taking the lead, although I can just see a grimace on his face there. It looks like he might be in a bit of pain. Let's hope he can push on through for the win.
Does look like Edward's going to lead us into this freestyle leg, though. It's a pretty close battle for second between these 3 boys. Now they have got 75 metres left, so it really is anyone's second spot here.
Yeah, it is. This is quite exciting after 400 IM. And I think it looks like lane 4, Kevin Huang, is really trying to catch up to the swimmer from Ballarat, Thomas Costello. You can see they're looking at each other.
So Edward here leads us into this last 25 with a significant lead. So he's only lengthened that lead with his breaststroke and his freestyle legs. So again, playing to those strengths. Now it is a battle here between these 2 boys for that second place, though.
Yeah, Thomas chooses to look away. Instead of looking at his opposition, he's chosen to look away. And there we go. Lane 4 takes out second, Kevin Huang. Both boys breathed away from each other, which was quite surprising because they were breathing towards each other. So
Our third and final heat away and swimming for event 17, the men's 400 metre IM.
Yeah, and an absolutely fantastic entry time from Cameron Bikini there, from the Geelong Swimming Club at 19 years of age. He's got a 4:15.73 entry time.
Yeah, so we're definitely starting to see more of the 4s than 5s in these entry times. And we have seen Cameron race this morning already, so it'll be interesting to see if he can really pull it together for this 400 IM, as it is such a tough race.
Yeah, it's something you've got to make sure you've got great attendance at training and that you're really prepared to be tough, do the hard yards and chase your goals. You know, it doesn't come easy, swimming. It's a tough sport, but it's a lovely sport to train and compete in. Seems the more you train, the more you want to train.
Yeah, absolutely. These boys are going to have to work really hard in training because they're not perfecting one stroke, they're perfecting 4. So definitely in those choice sets or those form sets, choosing to train multiple strokes rather than just the one.
What was your event, Tegan?
I loved a 1500 metre freestyle.
Wow, another tough event then.
Yes, I was always a distance swimmer. I love the distance events. Got into some open water too.
Well, he's got a commanding lead. You can see how he turns his hand, his little finger enters on that backstroke. He turns his palm straight away down to get hold of the water.
Yeah, you can really see off that backstroke to breaststroke turn how much quicker he is doing that crossover turn, that flip turn there.
Yeah, the crossover turn's been around a long time now, and, you know, it really does pay off to be practicing it in training. And then in a race, you know that you're going to be legal with it because you have to be seen to be on your back. If the officials can see your chest when you do it, then it's deemed as, not on your front. So that's what they're looking for. But he's just got a beautiful breaststroke, Cameron. I mean, the glide he is getting per stroke.
Yeah, he went out really nicely in that butterfly. So I sort of thought maybe his breaststroke or his freestyle was a weak one of his, but he's pulled it together for this breaststroke really nicely.
Yeah, certainly has. Tom Urquhart there, he's really giving it a red-hot crack on this breaststroke. And considering, he's swimming so well, I know Cameron looks like he's out way in front, but this is going to be a great time from Tom Urquhart. So he turned in a 1:33.9. So if we can get back in a 1:05, that'll be under the 4:40 of his entry time.
Yeah, so Cameron's got 50 metres left to swim here.
Cameron looks like he's just taken his foot off the gas, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's making this race look really easy. Strong butterfly, strong backstroke, backed it up with an awesome breaststroke. Now he's not dropping off in that freestyle either.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tom Urquhart get under that. Oh, look at Cameron coming into that last bit. Oh, very good.
And he touches in a 4:19.22.
Tom Urquhart here. See if you can get under that 4:40. Come on, you're nearly there. Head down into the wall. Hey, 4:38.92. Well done.
And touching in third there was Brody in lane 2.
All right, we have the event number 18, women's 50 metres butterfly multi-class. 4 swimmers in this: Zoe Cox, lane 3, South Gibbey Vass, Mackenzie Gibbs, Sales Swimming Club, lane 4, Isabella Sloke in lane 5, and Gemma Cook, lane 6.
Obviously, we're not looking for the first person necessarily to finish the race, but all of these athletes, their times will be compared to their classifications record, and whoever can get the closest will get the highest point score, and then our results are tabulated by the point score.
Yes.
So within this individual race, though, we do have 2 S19s. We have an S17 and an S6. So those 2 S19s, they are directly in competition with one another. And touching the wall first, there was Mackenzie Gibbs, the 13-year-old from Sales Swimming Club.
Yeah, Mackenzie's taken a good 5 seconds off her 50-metre fly time. That's a lot on a 50-metre fly, so her points will have gone up significantly there.
What a great way to start this 50-metre butterfly for multi-class girls as we move on to the second of our timed finals. Keep an eye on our swimmer in lane 4, Meg Conetti. She is actually the S19 record holder for Victoria in this 50 metres butterfly. Her entry time there of a 30.96.
Wow.
She swam that at the Victorian Tri-Series in Ballarat just a few weeks ago as part of that Victorian team against New Zealand and Western Australia.
She really gave it her best then, didn't she, to get that 30.9. What a great time. I'm just looking at the kickers there. Everyone having a different position with that kicker on the back of the block.
We tend to see those taller athletes, the longer legs, have the kicker further back, so they've got some more space on the starting position. As they go around on that turn, it will be Meg who led us through. She had a great underwater there. She's not slowing down anytime soon. Sitting behind her is Ava Dennis of Warragul. They're both S19 athletes, and really good swim from Evie Lee as well in lane 3. She's going to touch almost at the same time there as Adele York from Bendigo Hawks.
Some lovely PBs there. They're flying, these girls, this morning.
Pun intended.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And behind the blocks now, we have the swimmers in event 19, the men's 50-metre butterfly for multi-class. I do enjoy watching these multi-class races, just the open events, so the age ranges. We've got Oliver Jarrett here, just 10 years of age. And then Byron Doran from South Gippsland Bass, who's 22, just in this first heat.
Yeah, more than twice the age. Good start from all the swimmers. This is butterfly, which is not the easiest stroke to swim for anybody. I used to love it, but now I'm older, I don't think, I think I'd be in a whole heap of pain up this first 25.
I don't think that takes away the love of watching it, and I'm really loving watching what Ollie's doing here in lane 2. The 10-year-old from South Gippsland Bass. I think he's got a pretty bright future ahead of him. We'll get to watch his brother racing in the next heat, Levi. So always those little sibling rivalries, I think. He'll be trying to see what time he can post here.
Yeah, he's cheering his brother on. Oh, look at that, a handshake. That's really nice. Sibling rivalry, but brotherly love. How nice is that?
And it was Samuel Turner who touched in second there, the swimmer from Albury. We do have a little bit of a range of those classifications again within this heat, so we will have to wait and find out those point scores. We've got our second of our time finals coming up next, as we just watch Kobe Wilson from Shepparton making his way under the flags now, down to touch.
And Byron, here he comes. He's under the flags now. Probably about 3-4 strokes to go for him. Good to see him lengthen out there at the end.
And something you might notice with our multi-class races, we clear the pool before the start of the next events. So our athletes have plenty of time to get out of the water, and then we get set up for our second of our timed finals in event 19, the men's 50-metre butterfly for multi-class.
Swimmer from Albury there, just wondering if he'd been disqualified, and so happy that he hasn't been. So nice.
Now, our country representatives in our multi-class events, we've got quite a showcase of talent. A lot of these boys, particularly the age groupers in this heat, are doing really well at a national level. And then our older athletes within this heat have some exciting events coming up too. With our swimmers in Ryan McGran, Lockie Bellion and Bradley Doolan all getting the opportunity to represent Australia at the Virtus Games coming up over in Thailand. So this is almost a little bit of a hit out for them. I spoke to Lockie earlier today and I asked him what I could expect. He said he has 5 races in today's program. As he leads us through at the turn here, he's looking fantastic. But he said, Kalia, I'm just going to swim fast.
Yes, well, he did swim fast. I think didn't he represent Victoria here not so long ago?
He was one of our other athletes that swam on the Victorian Tri-Series also.
Yes, and he's certainly done that. That was a bit of a masterclass in 50 fly there, Lockie. He's got a very good breaststroke, Lockie, but that fly looked fantastic today.
So our next event behind the blocks, getting ready to go, is event 20. It's the girls 12-13-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. We spoke earlier about this being one of our biggest age groups within the competition, and once again we're seeing 7 timed finals today in this 100-metre backstroke event. Our awesome technical officials there just making sure that those starting ledges, those backstroke ledges, are all placed correctly. So we have a nice even start for the girls.
That's right, it's great that at this championships we've got everything. Kicker blocks, starting ledges.
It's a great achievement for country swimming if we go back sort of that 10, 15 years, and we had a lot of the old-fashioned style starting blocks, and with the introduction of ledges and all these little things that make our racing that bit faster, and we're getting to see some incredible performances.
Using those ledges to their full effect. That's a great start from these girls in this first event. But lane 5, it's very commanding. Macy's Gambaro from the Geelong Swimming Club.
She certainly took off very fast off that backstroke ledge on her start. It was a really nice turn here by Jung Queen Kao from Ballarat Gold. She had the better of the underwaters off the wall. We know how important those are within our short course swimming. There are still 2 more turns in this race. If she can maintain those underwaters, as she has done on that turn, she's just moved her way ahead of Macy as we come into that third 25.
Yeah, those skills have absolutely made Zhao Jing absolutely, you know, she's just superb, isn't she? Look at that underwater work. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think I counted her doing about 5 dolphin kicks on each of those underwaters. So she's just 12 years of age. Hopefully she'll continue to progress that skill, and we'll see her improve across the next few years in her swimming. But a fantastic swim. It will be Zhang Qing in lane 3 to take out the first of our 7 heats there. The time 1:19.38. Away in racing we go in heat 2 of 7 time finals. Girls 12, 13-year-old 100-metre backstroke. It was Lucy Pascoe working that underwater down the first 25 to gain herself about half a body length lead into that first turn. Sitting in second, not a lot of distance between Matilda DeFazio and Amelia Wilson.
Yeah, local to Bendigo, Lucy Pascoe from the Bendigo Hawks Swimming Club. Nice underwaters, past those flags for both girls. Hannah Ragg there from Warrnambool.
Yeah, Hannah was one of those athletes that had a great turn and underwater as well. So she's sitting into that second place spot. But Lucy Pascoe is kind of running away a little bit with this second heat. Keep an eye on the time. She's got that nice high stroke rate, which is a really important aspect of our sprint backstroke. I think a lot of athletes kind of get stuck in more of that 200 rhythm coming down into the wall. It will be Lucy Pascoe, the time there, 1:14.98 ahead of Hannah Ragg in a 1:16.87. And it will be Lucy Beavis who finishes in third in a 1:20.65.
It's a 7-second PB for Lucy Pascoe.
That's a like casual 7-second PB.
That's like a 12.5 metres, like half the pool distance. Unbelievable. Well done, Lucy. Heat 3, these time finals. And it's very close. Up at that top part of the pool, Miranda Jantz, Warrnambool Swimming Club, and Daisy Greening, her compatriot up there. and also Elise Hanks from the Geelong Swimming Club. So you've got to learn, you've got a chance in these timed finals. And that's what they are. It's whoever gets the fastest time. It could be from heat 2 out of 8 heats, and if you're the fastest, you're the winner.
Absolutely. I want to see more of these outside smokers and early heat time drop-offs. We did just see Lucy Pascoe take 7 seconds off her personal best in the previous heat, and do you know what? I think I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great facility, and backstroke, when you're out in front, you just keep pushing away your competitors. You can see them behind you. And look, lovely stroke technique there from lane 6, Miranda Jantz.
Yeah, she's going to take out our third heat here, 1:17.72, just ahead of Evie Hayes from Geelong. Finished really strong in that final 25.
Save time in these backstroke events. They keep the swimmers from the previous heat in the water. They have to just move back far enough so obviously there'd be no collision between the swimmers. But look at this again. It's an absolute blanket. But lane 3, Ava Hager there from the Gisborne Thunder Swimming Club, taking it out. She's got such a strong leg kick. Look at that leg kick. It's lovely.
Yeah, trying to go along with her is Claire Baker over in lane 1 from Ballarat GCO. We saw her have a great swim earlier today as well. They're going to turn in first and second. It's the middle lane sitting in third and fourth, and then a little bit of a lift on that turn from lane 8 there. Addison coming down this third 25, though. We still have Ava Hager out in that first place spot. She might have even extended her lead down this third 25. Lauren Davenport starting to push up alongside her feet, but I think she might have lost a little bit too much early on in this race to catch.
Yes, that's right. I think she will just keep them at bay. But look at lane 1.
Claire Baker there.
Yes.
It's going to be close onto the finish. Not quite enough to beat Ava, that 1:15.18. Claire 1:15.46. And then Lauren 1:16.35.
Blanket start again. Coming up last, or the furthest, Lacey McRae there from the South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club. But nice turnover onto her front and fast feet to the wall.
Yeah, Alfie Evans bar there.
Yeah.
We saw her get away very quick in her previous event and try and hold on for that win. We know she's got that front end speed. We'll be looking to see who can really come home in the second 50. Turning in second, it was pretty close, but it will be Brooklyn Packer over in lane 7.
Yes, Brooklyn's given it quite a go.
Yeah, she had fast feet onto the turn and utilised that speed off the wall. She looks like she might have almost just taken over the lead here. It's going to be very close between Alvie and Brooklyn. Millie Leia in lane 1. She's also doing a good job, probably sitting in about that third place spot now with 10 metres left to swim for the girls.
She'll feel pretty good out there in lane 7 with the people that are behind her. So, yeah, it's good advantage. Well done. 1:14.83 there for that. That's our fastest time so far. Such an advantage, that backstroke ledge now for backstroke starting. There's no chance of a slip down the touch pads. And the girls really can clear that water. Such a good image, that backstroke start from those girls there.
And it'll be Ruby Kenwright in lane 2, the swimmer from Warrnambool, who leads us through at the 25. At Country Long Course Championships back in January, we saw Warrnambool have a lot of really great skills showcased, particularly off the start from the underwater. And I'm definitely noticing those continue at these short course championships. Ruby maintains that lead, and it will be Raina Snyders sitting in second. Keep an eye on her because we know she likes to finish very strong down that second 50. She's got the back end speed and looks like she might have overtaken that lead here in the third 25.
Yeah, just getting her feet to the wall first. Raina.
Once again, though, really good underwater there by Ruby. And Grace Cofield trying to move her way through the field in lane 1 as well. Onto the touch, though, it will be Raina, 1:10.65 ahead of Grace. And that will bring us into the last of our time finals. This is Heat 7 of the girls' 12-13-year-olds 100-metre backstroke.
Last heat, nobody under the 110 mark on paper, but let's see. These girls might be revving it up. They'll have to get through in about a 33 point if they want to get under that 110. 34 maybe. Very good there from lane 2 though. Astrid Buchanan, national swimmer from Ballarat Swimming Club. Beautiful entry. You can see her really getting a hold of that water.
Yeah, she's got a nice lead at the 50-metre mark, so 33.29. She goes around in a second ahead of Kira Delaney. And the girls have some work to do to try and make up that distance down this third 25. Looks like Kira really starting to push now, and Li Wen Yu in the centre of the pool. But, I mean, Astrid Buchanan is looking very, very good here.
Yes, she is. It's down to a minute now. She's coming under the flags now. I think she'll get under that 110 for sure. Yes, 108.19.
Li Wen touches in second, 109.83. And then it was Maggie Fisher from South Gippsland Bass who got her hand onto the wall for the third position. Away we go with event 21, the boys 12, 13-year-olds, 100-metre backstroke. Like our girls, we have 7 of our timed finals in this event today. In the water, heat 1, just the 3 athletes racing, and it is Max Dremel from Gisborne Thunder who leads us around at 25 metres. Really close now between our second and third athletes, with Max kind of taking it away here down the third 25. He's extended that lead as he comes into the final lap now. All these guys, entry times 1:24. Let's see who can beat them, who can get the biggest personal best. And Max will take out that one in a 1:19.80 in front of Harrison Chiller and Cohen Boothman to wrap up heat 1.
Okay, we kick off heat 2 of 7 of event 21. The boys 12 and 1300 metre backstroke. It's pretty even in this first 25. A great start there from our outside lane, Noah.
Yeah, hard to see. He's right down here in lane 1, but he's taken this out very, very nicely in the first 50 and still looking quite relaxed. So that's really good to see when we're swimming these 100-metre events. You want to get out quickly, but not overuse those arms and legs too early on and get gassed out. So it will be Noah Tucker who leads us through ahead of lane 4, Bailey Stone. And the boys with some work to do as Noah turns now with 25 metres left to swim.
It's been really nice to see over this competition. Swimmers, especially young athletes, really showcasing their awesome turns, really quick turns, really fast off the wall. It will be Noah here that touches in first in lane 1 with a 1:13.36. And that's a huge PB there for Noah. Heat 3 away and racing now. Now that was a great start there from lane 2, opting to stay under the water that little bit longer as well, using that fastest part of his race. But it is our middle lanes that are making a fantastic start here.
Yeah, Ryder Telford swimming in lane 3 from Shepparton, just looking very comfortable and relaxed on the stroke rate. We're also seeing Cooper Westwood from East Gippsland Water Dragons out in that turn. They've turned at the exact same time there in a 38.07, and they're going to be the ones to chase down in their second 50. As we come down under the flags, it will be Ryder Telford in lane 3 to take out the third heat in a 1:17.24. Logan Gibson from Warrigal touching in second, and then Cooper Westwood finishing off in third.
Okay, heat 4 away and swimming.
It's very long underwater there by Caden Warren in lane 4. Stayed under almost through to about that 15-metre rope, and once again off the turn, staying under quite a long time, so trying to really use those underwater skills. But it is Bowden Brown in lane 3 who's attacking this first 50 the best from heat 4. Onto that 75-metre turn. It is still Bowden out in the lead with lane 6. Daniel starting to push his way up in the field. Really close for that third place spot out of this heat. And we'll come down to touch Daniel Hyatt of Warrnambool. He'll sneak his way into the first place spot ahead of Bowden on the wall, with Jordan in lane 7 finishing in third.
Heat 5 of 7 in the pool, away and racing. Now it's pretty even over this first 25. Lane 1 and lane 3 here. Being a great first 50. Now it will be lane 3 here. Harry that turns in first with a 34.42. But chasing him is Bryce in our lane 1 spot. And Oliver in lane 8. Great start to that second 50. It looks like Harry has led us from start to finish. He will touch the wall first here with a great finish in a 1:12.30, closely followed by Oliver in lane 8 with a 1:14.35. We're near the end of event 21, the boys 12 and 1300 metre backstroke. We've got heat 6 of 7 in the pool with us now. Now we've noticed that across these 100 metre backstrokes, it's been pretty even over this first 25. It's really that 50 metre turn when we see swimmers separate themselves from that group. Now lane 3 and lane 4 here. Lane 4 turning in first. I'll see if Byron can pick up that stroke rate for this last 25. And he's having a great second 50, and he will maintain that first place position. And coming underneath the flags now will be Byron, that touches in first with a 1:08.60.
And the boys underway now for our 7th and final heat of the 12-13-year-old 100-metre backstroke. We have Archie Smith swimming out of lane 4. His entry time 5 seconds ahead of the other boys in this event. He's certainly going to be the one to try and beat here, that 1:04. We'll see how quick he can go. Our country record sits at a 1:01.01 from Jordan Cargill. He's away quickly, 29.17. It's Billy Main sitting in that second place spot, and then Cooper Scott over in lane 6, currently in third, with Joseph McInerney trying to catch up down this third 25. But it is looking like all Archie here under the flags. Keep an eye on the time. It's going to go close. And it looks to me like it might be ever so close to that record. 1:01.22, just 0.21 behind. Fantastic effort there by Archie. Hitting the water now, we have event 22, the women's 200-metre backstroke. We have 4 time finals in this event this afternoon. This is one of our open races, so that means that swimmers from all age groups, if they make that qualifying time, are able to race. And just having a quick glance across, we've got a couple of 12-year-olds mixed amongst our athletes in the women's 200 backstroke here, so we'll be looking to see what they can do. Bright futures ahead as the girls turn. At the 50-metre mark, it is Pippa Barr who will lead us through.
Now it is Pippa in lane 7 that leads us for the 1:13. Looking very smooth in the water at the moment. Making a 200 backstroke look easy.
Yeah, I will go to jump on Stephen's back. As soon as this race is
How many nights are you coaching? You're back here, you're living here now?
Yeah, been here for 5 weeks now.
There every night?
At the moment, yeah.
People having a great race. But lane 2. Lane 2, Sienna really catching her.
And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to try and negotiate with them whether, because I work like 3 hours a day, so yeah.
And Sienna's having a really nice 50 here.
Especially while Alex is away and he's now taking on the VA as well. So I take a couple of sessions for them a week.
It will be Pippa who led from start to finish in first with a 2:35.63, closely followed by Sienna with a 2:36.
I don't know, I like going and seeing on programs and stuff. And I've done a lot of work with like. As the girls get away now into Heat 2 of the women's 200 metre backstroke, I'm joined by Adam Webb, who's one of the valuable members and help us in getting this Bendigo swimming started. Now, can you tell us how it's been getting set up for our first ever country championships here in Bendigo for short course season?
Yeah, great to be here. I mean, at Swimming Bendigo's, we sort of coined it a progressive collaboration between Hawks, East and Kangaroo Flat, and so the last 2 years we've ran the Super Series this year. We had the backing of Fosterville, which is great. So, we tipped our hat in the ring for a crack at countries, and lo and behold, we got it for 25 and 27. So we're really excited about this weekend and really excited about welcoming everyone back here in 2027 as well.
Yeah, these multi-year deals are a relatively new thing that Swimming Victoria has been doing, and I think it's a great opportunity when you first host something to know that you've got it in a couple of years' time. We can look at everything that's worked well, and I mean, how would you say you think we're going so far from a commentary perspective? I mean, the swimming has been fantastic.
You're very kind. Swimming's been brilliant. Lots of PBs and lots of fast swims happening at the moment, but we're sort of really proud of this venue. It is sort of known as a fairly fast pool, but we're quarter time nearly, so 3 quarters to go. So maybe ask me at 3/4 time tomorrow.
Yeah, the premiership quarter is always the important one, coming back on Sunday, how everyone's feeling in the morning. We know a lot of these athletes have such huge programs. One word that you just used before was collaboration, and I think that's something that's so important, particularly within these country towns. We often see multiple clubs in an area or a district can be quite competitive and have these big rivalries, whereas you guys have kind of tried to break down and really work together more. How have you found working with the other clubs? I know you're a member of the Hawks and a big part of that club. What's it like working with the other clubs around Bendigo? Yeah,
it's been great. I mean, as you said, I mean, every community is different. And one of the things, sort of being someone new to swimming a few years ago, I was actually quite surprised around some of the rivalries and some of the politics of it, to be really frank. And having come from a cycling background and never experiencing that at a club-to-club level, I really saw that as an opportunity to start a conversation and see if we can do something different. And I think the motto we've really worked with is that smarter, not harder. And given that the clubs and events like this are largely run by volunteers, that smarter, not harder is critical to the success of events such as today.
As we've just seen a nice little win there from Zoe Benson of the Warrnambool Swimming Club. Almost a 10-second personal best for Zoe onto the wall there in the 200-metre backstroke from Heat 2. The girls lining up for Heat 3 now. We have 4 of our time finals in this event. And time showcased on the screen there. 2:31.99 for Zoe, 2:32.81 for Maggie, 2:33.32 for Rebecca. Now, something I have always been a massive advocate in this sport of swimming is getting as many people involved as possible and happy swimmers and making sure that the teams are growing. Can you talk to me a little bit about how this collaboration and Swimming Bendigo has improved that overall in the district?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think importantly, all 3 clubs are growing, which is terrific. Sort of speaking sort of on behalf of my club, I mean, 3 years ago we had 53 members. And at the end of June, we finished in excess of 200, which is quite remarkable and a testament to the work that the team have done. What's great, though, is that since this sort of Swimming Bendigo formation's come, you know, we've been running clinics together. And I think what that's actually doing, it's actually starting to spark a curiosity amongst non-swimming groups, be that sporting clubs or be that schools, to really sort of explore swimming as a sport. And you know, at the Swimming Victoria Fun Swim, you know, we could not speak highly enough of that as an opportunity to actually really start to engage much younger swimmers into what is a great sport. And, you know, our club has documented via the Swimming Victoria website a few weeks ago. You know, we ran sort of 3 6-week blocks of that, you know, beautifully run by Carla Dullard, who's done a great job. And, you know, 80% of those kids have moved straight into a Hatchwings program, which is terrific.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic growth, and it's so good to see so many younger athletes joining into the sport, particularly in an area or a region like Bendigo where we do see other sports really well utilised. We've got some great basketball programs, football. There's a lot of cycling, as you said yourself, participated in that sport. So if we can get more and more people involved with swimming, I mean, it's the foundation, it's the building blocks. Something that I'm really loving is the ability for you guys to hold these clinics, and you have coaches with all these different experiences and perspectives, and I've had a lot to do with a few of the coaches around the region. And you know, at the moment we currently have from Bendigo East, John Jordan is representing Australia on the World Junior team. So you're having these junior coaches who have come on board who are getting the opportunity to learn from people and get those experiences alongside coaches with different experiences to themselves.
Yeah, and John's a great example, and obviously Henry's over there with him as well. But, you know, John, you know, whilst he's known and loved as Bendigo East's head coach, he's just he's a super fan of swimming, right? He loves nothing more than engaging and collaborating with all the clubs. And, you know, last year as an example, so believe it or not, we actually had 3 swimming clubs training in this venue during the week, which, you know, sort of says a lot, right? You know, sort of an outdoor pool goes down and you're all expected to work together. So probably had we not done the work around the building the collaboration, you know, that might have been a little bit of a different story last year.
So as our 4th heat and our final of our time finals of the women's 200-metre backstroke gets underway, I just want to say a massive thanks, Adam, for joining me on mic and talking a little bit about Swimming Bendigo, and we wish you guys the best of luck running the rest of this competition and future competitions to come.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. You know, we'd probably just wrap up. You know, events like this don't happen without a really awesome team, and you know, we've lots of volunteers across the 3 clubs, support from non-club members as well, which has been terrific. But yeah, we've also seen a tsunami of support from local business as well. You know, we know what events like these do to local economies. somewhere in the vicinity of over $1 million injected into the local economy just for this, weekend event, which is quite extraordinary, particularly when you think about other sports that have the ability to do that. So, a special thank you to particularly Guri Wanyara, the centre here, the staff, the lifeguards, City of Bendigo, Bendigo Heritage, and all our supporting partners as well. It's been really terrific. And just a thank you to everyone who's travelled to come here. It's, as far as Sale and Warrnambool and, Wodonga, Swan Hill, Naya Two Base. It's been terrific.
Some fan favourites in there, Adam. Well, thank you so much. As we turn our attention to this 200-metre backstroke, it was Nicole Briscoe who led us through, and she's just maintaining that lead ahead of Maya Roberts from South Gippsland Bass over in lane 6. The battle is on for that third place spot with Claire Matheson as well as Hannah Buchanan. As the girls turn now with 50 metres left to swim, and we have seen a quick little lead change there. Maya taking over with 2 laps left to go, and the race is well and truly on here. There is a little bit of a gap between these girls, so they're probably not going to know where the other one sits until they come around onto this final turn. Sometimes you can get a sneaky look under the water. Maya still out in front. Nicole Briscoe not too far behind, with Claire Matheson now in that clear third place spot. And Maya, what a fantastic finish to this race. Her time there, 2:19.46, ahead of Nicole, 2:20.88. And Claire finishes in third, 2:21.88.
Okay, we kick off event 23, the mixed 13 and under 200 metre medley relay. Two girls in the middle lanes having a fantastic start there. So we'll be lane 4 that touches in first. And Warrnambool Swimming Club leading our first heat of our relays.
These mixed relays are a fairly new addition to the Country Championships program, and I think they're such a fun way to finish each session. There's a lot of excitement in the crowd here. And I love these relays because you kind of don't know when the lead's going to change. We've got both male and female athletes, and in a medley relay also, the changing of each stroke, what club has better strengths, all of those little bits and pieces come into play, and it's always really exciting.
Yeah, so we just watched our change of lead to Surf Coast Swimming Club. So Warrnambool started us off in that backstroke, but Surf Coast came back in that breaststroke leg. It looks like they're holding that lead for this butterfly as well.
Yes, the team from Warrnambool are trying to close the gap, but are going to be unable to do it. And you would think now, with Surf Coast having one of their male athletes entering the water in first, it is going to be difficult to make up that time difference.
Surf Coast keeping this significant lead for this last 25. There's a battle for second here, though. And Surf Coast will touch in first with a 2:26.62, closely followed by lane 7, which is our Wangaratta.
That was an incredible last 50 by the team in lane 7 from Wangaratta. They shifted themselves right through that field to steal that second place spot out of heat 1.
Heat 2 of 4 of our relays in the water and racing.
It's our 13 and unders mixed medley here. So our mixed IM, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, followed by your freestyle swimmer. Those mixed events, 2 male athletes, 2 female athletes, and you can put them in any order you want. So you can start off with one of your male swimmers, you can start off with a female, and we're going to see this lead swap and change, I'm sure of it, as we come down to the first changeover. It will be Wodonga City out in the lead in lane 1. Following them onto the wall was the Gisborne Thunder, so those are the teams to beat early on. So Wodonga City, they've led with their 2 male athletes. Let's see if they can hold on. They've got quite a nice lead here. Moving into second place is the team in lane 4, Ballarat GCO, followed by Gisborne Thunder. Not too far behind is Warrigal. The butterfly leg, we can see a lot of big gaps made up because there can be quite a bit of substantial difference in time between these swimmers here.
We're seeing some great butterfly here from our lane 14, Ballarat. Some nice changeovers as well.
The race well and truly underway now, though, between those golden lanes in the centre of the pool, Ballarat GCO and Gisborne Thunder. They were breathing towards one another down that first 25, but the team from Thunder really are thundering home so nicely here out of heat 2, and they're going to take the win. That time there, 2:17.03 is a massive drop from their entry time, so a lot of their swimmers performing well under their personal best speed.
heat 3 of 4. So nearing the end of our 200-metre medley relay event 23. Now, you may have noticed in that backstroke start, some of our swimmers opting for their hands on the outside of the starting block, and some of our swimmers opting for our hands on the inside of the starting block. So it's really down to personal preference with that one.
Yeah, we noticed a few differences definitely in that backstroke start. The position of the hands as well as the height of the feet. So, and a lot of it is where your strengths lie. Do you have that ability to pull yourself and your whole body out of the water? Are you stronger through your biceps, your lats? And these are all things that the coaches will be discussing with their athletes as we change into our breaststroke leg. Already we've seen some swapping, toing and froing, but it is our team in lane 5 who will go around in first, and that's the Warrnambool A Swimming Club, followed by Traralgon B team. So they're going to have an A team coming up in that 4th and final heat.
This is a great breaststroke leg from our lane 4 team. Traralgon really bringing it home in that breaststroke. Let's see if they can do the same in this butterfly. They're off to a great start.
Yeah, this is a really lovely butterfly swim here by the Traralgon team, staying really flat and low to the water, not overusing too much energy there. So they're going to lead us as we go into their 3rd swimmer. Sorry, 4th swimmer, I should say. Our freestyler, so our final leg of this 4x50 medley relay.
And they are not holding back on that freestyle. Those legs are working overtime in this last 25. And coming under the flags now, they will be the team to touch in first with a 2:15.04.
Really, really close between 2nd and 3rd there, between Seymour, and it was Shepparton in lane 6 as well. So some fantastic racing, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we're going to see in this 4th heat, our final heat of our 13 and unders. I've just had a look at these entry times. Now, listen to this. Our fastest club entered is a 2:10, and then we have 1, 2, 3 other teams sitting on 2:11. So within 1 second of our leaders, there's 4 teams who are going to really be battling it out, but don't discount those teams on the outside lanes. As we said, some big drops, some big personal bests, and everyone wants one of those beautiful country short course medals around their neck.
Okay, heat 4 of 4 in the pool now. So our 4th and final heat.
No surprise, our team in lane 3 from South Gippsland Bass with Archie Smith there leading us out. We saw him almost break that 100-metre backstroke country record. So they've got a nice lead, and the other teams have a little bit of work to try and make up this ground as we change into our breaststroke swimmer.
And absolutely, they're off to a fantastic start with that breaststroke leg as well, not holding back.
This breaststroke leg can really change your relay team. We're seeing that gap start to drastically close. It's a fantastic swim by the team in lane 4 with Noah Tucker pushing his way through for Geelong. As we go into our butterflies, Traralgon A team sitting in 3rd. Now their B team went a 2:15. We'll expect their A team to be a little bit quicker than that. that gap, closing each and every stroke. South Gippsland Bass, they'll change over into their freestyler in first. Traralgon taken over into second, Geelong in third. And out in lane 8, Wodonga City starting to make a little bit of a move here too.
It is really a battle here for second place.
Under the flag, South Gippsland Bass, they put it out strong. They're going to come away with the win there. 2:04.46. And it will be Geelong getting their hand on the wall. 8/100ths ahead of Traralgon to take the silver and then the bronze. That is some fast swimming by our 13 and unders. So we've just seen what our 13 and under athletes can put together, that 2:04. They're just outside the country record time of a 2:03. Our final event on our program for this morning's session is our mixed 14 and over 200 metre medley relay. We have, once again, 4 heats of our timed finals. And I think we've got some more incredible racing coming up here too. Some really close times on entry. We'll see what these guys can put together.
Okay, kicking off event 24, our 14 and over 200 metre medley relay. And we do just have the 3 teams in the pool with us for this first heat. It is one of 4 heats, so you've got 4 timed finals in this event.
So swimming out of lane 3, we have the Kangaroo Flat A team, lane 4, Ballarat GCO A, and in lane 5, the B team from Bendigo Hawks.
And that changeover from our first 2 teams there was almost synchronised. However, we have just come away there.
Yeah, Ballarat GCO, they've opted to have one of their male athletes in the breaststroke, and this is what we mean when we say the lead can just swap and change so often in these mixed teams. They should, hopefully, the team in lane 5 be able to make up a little bit of ground with the switch now. They go from their female athlete into a male athlete. But there's quite a bit of a lead to be trying to chase down here.
Yeah, we did talk a lot before about our IMs as well and how that breaststroke leg is really a make or break for our swimmers.
Starting to just hear a few of those supporters in the crowd, starting to get noisy because the team from Hawks have closed that gap. There's almost going to be, once again, synchronised onto the changeover as we hit our final athletes.
Yeah, they're going stroke to stroke down this first 25. It will be who has the quicker of turns, who's got the better underwater here.
just getting her feet onto the wall a little bit in front was the team from Bendigo Hawks, but GCO starting to dig deep now. There's not a lot separating the two of them. Looks like maybe just Hawks out in front. They're going to hold off the team in lane 4, and they will take out this first heat in a 209.37.
A heat 2 of 4 in the water and racing. Now Bendigo Hawks there having a fantastic underwater in that second 25.
Yeah, so we just saw the Bendigo Hawks B team take out that first heat, and this is their A team in the water now. They're going to lead us through. We'll see if they can get 2 heat wins in a row. Not making it easy for them out in lane 5, though, is the team from Geelong Sharks. They're right up alongside the Hawks as they come into turn.
And again, Bendigo Hawks with their underwaters. It's definitely separating them from the rest of the group. It looks like it will be our lane 6 team that touches in first. Warragul Swimming Club.
Yeah, the stroke rate of their breaststroke are there just a little bit faster than the others, and that final stroke really drove forward onto the wall to get their hands on first. Let's see if they can hold that lead here. They have a nice turn and good underwater there, but that gap has just closed. There are now 5 teams almost swimming along in a perfectly straight line here as we come down to our final swimmer. It was another lead change into the freestyle swimmer with Gisborne Thunder out in front, but what a performance from Ballarat Swimming Club. Their final freestyler has just absolutely motored home for this team. And they are going to finish now in a 2:03.54. Underway now with the third of our 4 timed finals for the mixed 14 and over 200 metre medley relay, and we're starting to see some quicker times being put on in performances with lots of personal bests and some incredible drops in entry time.
He's really close in this first 50. It looks like it was our lane 7 team touching in first, Wodonga City Swimming Club.
Only 5 100ths that separated those two teams. Our team in lane 5 from Geelong is the B team, and they've just started to pull away with a bit more of a lead on their breaststroke swimmer.
So we've seen again that lane 5 team really make or break in that breaststroke leg. And off to a flying start in that butterfly as well.
Always like to have a little sneaky look across the pool at who's kind of finishing with a male freestyler compared to a female. You might see a little bit of a difference in time, but the team from Geelong, they are going to hold this lead into their final swimmer, just ahead of lane 4, the team of Warrnambool Swimming Club, their A team. And lane 3, Traralgon sitting in third. They've got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, so they'll be the ones to watch. Keep an eye on the times. Timed finals means that if you post one of the fastest top 3 times, you will be a medalist.
Coming under the flags now, it looks like it will be Geelong Swimming Club that takes that win. In a 1:56. Our 4th and final heat, so heat 4 of 4 in the pool.
And it is serious business time because there's points on offer in the relays are very, very important when we come down to our final team point scores at the end of the day.
It is really a battle between these first 3 teams. But it will be lane 3 that touches in first, which is our Ballarat Gold Swimming Club.
I would certainly be watching this particular leg, though. There are a lot of very impressive breaststrokers hitting the pool now. And I think we're going to see an immediate almost changeover in our leaders.
What an impressive breaststroke leg from Bendigo East Swimming Club there.
Yeah, Cameron Jordan, he has represented Australia in his breaststroke event, so not super surprising to see him putting on a great breaststroke leg. So we move into our butterflies, and it is those 3 lanes, 4, 5 and 6 to a stroke for stroke, and all 3 teams finishing with a freestyle female. So the race really is on. Absolutely nothing separating those top teams. 6 100ths between first and third. strong underwater there by Brooke Briscoe of Geelong. She's taken over that lead, but here comes Azia, and it will be the Bendigo East team who takes out that one, 150.95 ahead of Geelong, and it will be Terrelgan finishing in third. And that is going to conclude the first of our sessions today at our 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Country Short Course Championships. Enjoy a little bit of a break and make sure you pop back on to watch our second session. We're going to get kicked off at 2:15. So we look forward to seeing you back then for some more stellar swimming. Thanks, Tegan.